It's not like it's The Last of Us. Alrighty, on the topic of The Last of Us, we're back in the Longdeath Millennium fort. We've got some wild yak out and about. You don't generally see wild yak. What other animals do we have out and about? Is it just the yaks? It's just the yaks. Currently, we have one guest in the fortress who is a human spearman. So it has come to my attention. Yeah, there's just no dwarf booby. And no dwarf ding dong, and we all good. Violence is fine. Sorry to the YouTube crowd who just heard that as like the first few lines of this stream. So let me pour some coffee, and then we'll do an overview, check in with the dwarves, see who's alive, see who's happy, see who's depressed and sad and wants to jump off of a very far ledge, and so, update, this fort has been sieged thrice, I think. Every single one of them have just immediately left. It's almost like they're scouting parties. We've only been sieged by goblins. There is a goblin faction that doesn't like us. So because of this, I have both of the drawbridges on the sides set up and ready to raise at a moment's notice. Today, we're going to be focusing on two things, primarily. We're going to be focusing on getting a second layer all the way around the wall. We're also going to be focusing... actually, three things. We're also going to be focusing on getting road work down and around all the way around the outside of the wall. Not just paved, but like proper roads. But we're going to try and do that when it's not snowing so the dwarves don't get stressed out. We're going to do that so that trees don't grow right next to the wall so things can climb them. Do we have any dwarf children yet? No, and our one child grew up, actually. So currently, in the fortress, before I do the overview, we'll do this first. The living dwarves are Eurypterus, Spitalier, Hobo, Zapdos, Aqua, Cassiopeia, Tapioca, Kibbs, Burger, Eric Shadowblade from YouTube, Queth Sigil, Metzus Graven, Board Guy, Pispan, Hops, Cole, Simplex, Anander, The Great Podinsky, Jack Nerick, and Boxed. Also, I would like to shout out and take note of the fact that we have not one, not two, but 3 books, choirs specifically, that have been written in the fortress. First, we have a Marmot Parchment Choir. Written is a guide entitled The Useful Mountain Halls, authored by Boxed. It concerns the fortress of Longdeath. Not very good, not very great either. The second book we have is Treatise on the Mountain Halls. Similar book. Also, this one was actually written by Jack Nerick and concerns the fortress Longdeath. Also a guide, not very good either. And then the last one is my favorite, Thoughts on Anandar. This on the written item is a essay entitled My Thoughts on Anandar, written by Anandar. It concerns the settling of the dwarf Anandar in Longdeath in the mid-autumn of Year 5. It's amateurish at best. So we actually have some of the first books. You'd like to be dwarfed? Okay, so if you want to be dwarfed, let's just check in with some dwarves first. Let's poke Eurypterus and see how Eurypterus is doing first. Eurypterus, she's doing very well. She is romantically involved with Zapdos. Ooh. Eurypterus and Zapdos sitting in a tree. Kissing. She's utterly unfazed by the thoughts of others and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. She seems to be pretty okay, although she wasn't super happy about seeing a goblin's dead body, and she believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Frankly, I agree with that. Who wouldn't have find war utterly repellent and have peace at all costs? Spitalier! Also feels euphoric due to inebriation, is not romantically involved with anybody, but does have a few friends, so that is good. Next dwarf we have that's named here is Hobo, who is the Boyer, legendary Boyer. He feels fondness when talking with a friend. He has a lover in Jack Nerick, the scholar, and his deity is Sungr, who I don't know who that is. His deity of the United Creation most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with persuasion and speech. No wonder you have a lover. Who's currently listening to a story. The dwarf Ezum, Wild Cloisters, is telling the story of the king of the ignited creation. Interesting. Next dwarf we have on the list is Aqua. Aqua is currently interested when watching performance and felt fondness when talking with a friend. Has some friends in the fortress, seems to be doing aight. Cassiopeia also feels okay. Anybody else want me to check in with player dwarves? Because I got 2 that want to be named. So, manufacturing monkeys, aka MM. Do you have preference on type of dwarf? Because I have a few available. We have some stoneworkers. We have two crafters, a farmer, and some an admin slash military dwarf, and some scholars. Scholar, right? Let's find the least depressed one. You're not depressed. Excellent. Marshall Mathers is doing all right. Sorry, had to do that. She was interested after watching performance and felt lonely after being away from family for too long and didn't feel anything after being unable to acquire something for too long, but was bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long and was bored being unable to practice a craft for too long. She has the appearance of somebody that is 76 years old and born on the and is one of the first of her kind. 76. We need to get you up to 77 so you don't be the bad Fallout number. Nobody wants to be the number of the bad Fallout, you know? Because that's just a bad sign for the future. Yay, my baseball team is winning. Sorry. That's just very important for me to check and keep tabs on. She has slightly close-set cobalt eyes that have very large irises. Her hair is wavy, and her very long hair is braided. Her quite long eyebrows are dense, and her somewhat short hair is a crew. Her skin is sandy taupe, and her nose is somewhat narrow. Yes, the bad Fallout number. Can you have a what? Did you want a female dwarf? I'm assuming that's a typo. Bastard. Didn't you already have a dwarf in this part? Or am I crazy? You might not have. She personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and views the whole notion of maintaining decorum disgusting. Finds so-called dignified people disgusting and finds romance distasteful. Dreams of mastering a skill. Slow to anger and only rarely feels strong cravings and urges. She's an optimist and tends to consider what others think of her. She's often cheerful and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Also, assuming 5 to 8 hours days is a decent frame rate. How many days? 27 weeks! Non-stop, unpaused. Screw it. She is brave in the face of imminent danger and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She has a calm demeanor and needs alcohol to get through the working day. This one would have made a good doctor, but... Goats would like to be dwarfed. Goats, do you have any prefs? On this for next time, same time next year? Potentially, yes. Potentially, yes. One of the minors? Okay. Do you have any preferences past female? Basta? Goats for the win. Feels satisfied at work, and within the last season, she was bored after being unable to practice a martial art for too long. We might need to throw you into the Brawling League. She has the appearance of somebody that is 59 years old, one of the first of her kind, has a square chin and her nose bridge is concave. Her cobalt eyes are close set, and her somewhat narrow nose is short. Her small-lobed narrow ears are slightly flattened, and her ears are somewhat short. Her head is somewhat short, and her hair is a crew. Her medium-length hair is tied in a ponytail. You'd like a warrior, Bastet? We can do that. I think I have a female unnamed warrior. Pretty sure Servesh is female. She personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive due to wearing old clothing in the year 9. Personally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors due to seeing El Neso die, and is put off by trade and commerce, but doesn't feel strongly about the law. She dreams of creating a great work of art. She finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, after wearing old clothing. And she is prone to hatreds and develop negative feelings. And she can be caught up in interminable deliberations when action is necessary. She doesn't fall in love or develop positive sentiments, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. Welcome to the Fortress Goats. You're currently weaving cloth, and we're going to put you into the Bear Fighters, which is the wrestling league. Servish, the administrator, is a she, so you can be Bastet. You're a Spearmaster, by the way. Within the last season, she was enraptured and communicating with Shin, Russet Tambar, the Red Rocks, and didn't feel anything after a lack of decent meals for too long. Very satisfied upon learning about wrestling. What year is it? Year 10 is the current year. The year of our dwarf. Year 10. In the absolute realm. She is absolutely inexhaustible, basically unbreakable, and kind of overpowered and needs a nerf. She likes porcelain. Oh, that's never gonna happen. Nickel, silver, pyrite, wagon wood. Whoa! You have, like, oddly specific tastes. You specifically like wagon wood, the rarest wood in the game. Wow, okay. She personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Values hard work. She dreams of mastering a skill, and this skill was realized. Actually, I never thought about it, but if you attacked a trade caravan that had wagons, could you get more wagon wood? I never really thought about it, but could you? We have to wrestle the wagons? Yeah! It says she's overpowered. No, I added that bit. Because she kind of is overpowered, Exade. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she has a greedy streak. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Overall, she is satisfied. With satisfied needs. She's unfettered after spending time with people. Did I miss anybody? I mean, I know you get it from the starting wagon, but you can get more. We are out of leather, apparently. But yeah, no, I was just wondering that. Like, I guess you would have to, like, beat the crap out of traders in order to get more wagons. Or more wagon wood. Porcelain is just hard to make. It's not that it's rare. You need some specific things. And that's kind of how a lot of different things are in Dwarf Fortress. It's like crystal glass. It's like in order to make crystal glass, you need rock crystal. And rock crystal's kind of hard to get your hands on. So unless you're kind of really lucky, you're probably not going to get rock crystal. So the next little bit, at least until it stops snowing, so until kind of spring rolls around, I'm kind of not going to give them any new jobs if I can avoid it. I'm just going to kind of let them kind of sing and dance and hang out in town, you know? Because that's kind of an important thing to allow them to do. Because the snow is kind of brutal. I do have a few jobs running, but the snowstorms are pretty rough, so I'm just kind of letting them hang out inside for right now. Besides, they're pretty effective about dancing and hanging out in the taverns, so we're letting them do that. I do need to get them an actual better tavern. I'm kind of in two minds about it, because like I know that at some point we're going to have stuff at the bottom of this pit for living, but at the same time, I don't know if I want to try and dig out the whole pit immediately. They count as creatures? I mean, look at the way that Tarn Adams wrote the Mount AI initially. In theory, I guess a dwarf could hunt a wagon. A Strangler? One of the rarer Dwarf Fortress creatures? Oh, also worth noting. I have 1, 2, 3 wolf puppies. Okay. Down in the basement, we have 1, 2 wolves that are currently just hanging out. We are going to be making wolf pelts. Please don't get too mad at me, chat. But we do have wolves in the fortress. They are the guards of our artifacts down in the basement. Unfortunately, I can't war train them, but we do have these wolf pups running around because I was able to get a second wolf, so now we have a breeding pair of wolves, which is cool. Like, are they an adventure mode only creature, or do they show up in fortress mode as well? Because I'm fascinated by those adventure mode only creatures. Those are the ones that really get me. What is the most dangerous reanimated body part? I think arms, right? Like, if you're talking about just a single body part, it would be arms. Because I mean, obviously, like, Forgotten Beasts. But, like, it would have to be, like, the single most dangerous reanimated body part would have to be something that's not, like, are we talking about a specific race here, like humans or dwarves? Or are we talking about, like, just any body part? So it would be like the arm of an iron or metal Forgotten Beast. Because I did have a reanimated Forgotten Beast, actually. Or I do have a reanimated Forgotten Beast in the community world right now. That fortress has a reanimated... whoa, that was an interesting pattern. These dwarves have some really cool dances. They have straight up line dancing. I've seen them dance in a circle. It's cool. Also, all of my scholars, a bunch of my scholars are discussing diseases. They haven't made any grand discoveries yet, because that's like a straight up notification. Yeah, an undead Forgotten Beast, and a scary one. It's like a 6-legged squirrel. So it moves 1,000,000,000 D1 miles an hour. We killed it, and I thought it was good, but then it undeaded itself, so there's an undead Forgotten Beast in that layer. So that layer is sealed off permanently, probably for a while. Also, thank you very much to anybody who watched the video or upvoted it or shared it or did any of that stuff, because that stuff all goes a long way. Like, it's kind of a meme, you know, like, share, subscribe, and all that stuff, but believe it or not, it really does help YouTube videos a whole lot, so... You done did a comment? Thank you for done doing a comment. I like that the first comment was actually from Kit Fox Games. It's funny. You're going to work? Well, have fun at work. Don't work too hard at work. Shared and upvoted. Cheers. Posting it on social medias. Somebody posts, I don't know who does it, but there's a Facebook group. I guess it's maybe like the Dwarf Fortress Facebook group or something. Because every now and again, I'll just get a buttload of views from Facebook. And I have no way of tracking it. So I don't know where they're coming from. But somebody shares my videos on Facebook and they get tons of views when they do. I don't know who does it, but... So here's what's going on right now. We've got a pretty solid supply of alcohol. We got a good supply of meat because our hunters have been hunting. Probably more plants than we should have right now. I probably should, like, try and tone back the amount of plants right now. I've got dwarves processing plants. We're mostly making pigtail cloth. We've actually got quite a good amount of cloth right now, although a lot of that is cave spider silk that I've purchased. We're pushing up the rope reed and the pigtail cloth, though, pretty heavily. Actually, I should check right quick. What, because, yeah, you needed some new clothing. I probably could use, let's make cloth mittens and cloth socks. We'll just do that real quick. I'm going to queue those up because fortunately for us, the snow doesn't really come in this area where we are making clothing and stuff. Like this lower half here doesn't really get snow. It's kind of this upper bit. It's the upper biome that gets cold. Oh, there we go. We're getting back into springtime soon, so no, I don't want to install Malwarebytes updates. Thanks, Malwarebytes. So once kind of the snow's finished dispersing, we can head back out into the realms and the world of dwarfs. Let's jump up to the top of this real quickly and make some downstairs. So if anybody has any specific requests for things that they would like for their dwarf, I'm actually going to be doing that more than I normally do in this fortress because, you know, we're going to be here for a while. So if you want something, not ultra specific, but if you want something for your dwarf or you think that there's something that your dwarf would like, I can see what I can do. We can work towards just like small little goals for the dwarves themselves because we're gonna need goals, right? We're gonna need things to work towards and things to get done for these dwarves. Can you have a dwarf? Yes, there are still some free. We're going to be keeping the population super small, so new dwarves are not going to come very often. We have a miner, a stoneworker, 2 crafts dwarves, and 2 scholars. Do you get a bookcase in your room? Sure, I don't see why not. Totally make that work, yeah. Any particular material? A stoneworker for the great berry. Speaking of, you need a new cloak. You also need gloves, mittens, socks. Working on that. Berries. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the appointment of Hops, author mirror, to the position of militia commander of the eternal adventure of time in the mid-autumn of year 6 at the simple dinner, and it is interesting. You would like a scholar or a stoneworker? Okay, we'll see what we can do in a sec. He has the appearance of somebody who is 83 years old, one of the first of his kind. His hair is straight and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his eyebrows are incredibly high. His eyelashes are extremely long, and his somewhat short, small-lobed ears are broad. His head is somewhat short, and his sandy taupe skin is slightly wrinkled. He personally strongly values tranquility and quiet, and greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and is put off by family. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He lacks confidence in his abilities and is greatly unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions after wearing old clothing in the year 9. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He occasionally overindulges, and he is slow to anger. He can handle stress, and he chews his cheek when he's bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he is somewhat satisfied with focused needs. He is somewhat focused with satisfied needs. That's the sentence I was looking for. And the final minor goes to Marty. She feels euphoric due to inebriation. You have no friends, but you do have a pet cat. She feels euphoric due to inebriation and interested after watching performance. Within the last season, was satisfied at work and felt satisfied upon improving growing. She was interested after watching performance and felt bitter getting into an argument. She was dejected after lack of decent meals for too long and felt self-pity after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Let's just, before... Okay, you do already have crafts assigned. I just wanted to make sure of that. Can you be a yak? I can't name animals, no. Also, I have no yaks, so no. She personally has the appearance of somebody that is 67 years old and is one of the first of her kind. Has cobalt eyes with very large irises, and her small-lobed ears are short. Her eyebrows are quite dense, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is a crew, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. Her skin is sandy tone. She is strong, and she is very slow to heal. She likes black bronze, wood opal, and creeping eye leather. Gauntlets and chickens for their scratching. Should probably try and get some chickens. You want the first dwarf born in Longdeath, which is taking a little. Yeah. It will indeed take a little. She personally is completely put off by the idea of friends and finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Sees merrymaking as a waste and doesn't care about art one way or another, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust, with no sense of vengeance. I think we may have found your mom. Stone. With no sense of vengeance or retribution. But she lacks confidence in her abilities, and she generally does not respond to emotional appeals. She has a low sense of self-esteem, and she can handle stress. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and often feels discouraged. She can generally find herself to be quite hopeful about the future and doesn't focus on material goods. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding and is stubborn. When she gets excited, she often tells stories without any real point. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. All right. There you go, Marty. Stone 2 will indeed exist at some point, and it is inevitable. But yeah, no, our one child in the fortress actually grew up. Who was it? Who was the young dwarf? It was Board Guy, the planter, I think. Yeah, 13 years old. Board Guy is the youngest dwarf in the fort. Showed up as a child. Oddly enough, we're on the 5th year of this fortress, which means this fortress is already older than some forts I've done. Yep, they existed before time. Also, we have a thief, Skulking Filth. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I see it. Brojavur, a cobalt thief, alongside of Gurgi Kildus. Khalildus. Gurgi Khalildus. You know what I should do? I should take that sound clip of... Actually, okay, so chat, I have a task for you. Anybody who wants to be an awesome human being, okay? I have a task for you. Go to my Tarn Adams interview and clip out that sound clip of him speaking Cobalt. There's no background music or anything. Clip that out. And send it to me in an MP3 file. I need it for science. There go the two. Did they actually get anything, though? Nope. And nope. They're not being very successful. Yeah. Beelag knows what I want to do. Gurgi Khalildus and the other one. Yeah, Gurgi Khalildus I've seen before. That Cobalt has attempted to rob us before. Both times they've been very unsuccessful. It's raining. I should not assign any new tasks right now for most of the dwarves. Let them all stay inside if at all possible. A stray turkey hen has been found dead. Oh no. I think all of my turkeys are dead. We need to import some new animals, I think. Maybe see what the elves bring. Anything that lays eggs, really. It is a staple of our diet, after all. Put it outside, messes with their head. I don't see why not. They'll see it and it'll be like a cat looking in a mirror. What should I make it out of? Nice, granite, or mudstone? Should just wrestle the thieves. You think they're tiny? I mean, I'm trying not to kill them because I like Cobalts. It's not like they're actually going to steal anything. I have killed one of them, though. Nice? You think nice? There we go. I'm curious what that statue is going to look like, though. Very curious about what that statue is going to look like. You're making fried rice? Anything going in that fried rice? My lunch is rice today. Pork and veggies. Pork fried rice is so good. I had pork fried rice the other day, and it was awesome. It's okay. I hate typos, too. Oh, shit. An elven caravan has arrived. Right on schedule. They still haven't brought much. Those elves, like... They just... Man, I guess they just really don't want to trade with us. It's like they're trading with us because they have to, not because they want to, you know? Although, frankly, I kind of wish I could sell them more. Because there's really nothing I can sell them. Or not a lot I can sell them anyway. I'll just bring these gems over and I just won't sell any bins. And I'll only actually buy stuff from them if they have stuff that I need. By that I mean animals specifically. I did buy my wolves from them. So I don't mind trading with them, and I will trade with them if the opportunity presents itself. The problem is generally, like, no reason to trade with them. I'm also going to get that sheet moved over there. I dug it out. It's a big old pit. So this is going to go down another 5 to 10 Z levels. I'm not entirely certain how far down we'll go. I kind of want to go down until we hit the gneiss and the granite. But it's going to produce a lot of boulders, so I'm going to need to figure out what to do with them all. But as we dig down, it's going to get deeper and deeper. And then at the bottom is where we're actually going to build the fortress. I'm going to carve out, like, I don't know, 8 to 10 blocks around the end at the bottom, and that's where we're going to put all of our crafting. That's where we're going to build structures at the bottom for our town. We're going to have ramps coming down and stuff. We'll have bridges going across, and in the upper layers as well. We'll carve houses into the sides and have little walkways around the edge. That's the goal for the fortress. like image-wise. Let's just see what they have animals-wise. They have a horse, a dingo. Not much I need. Buy that cotton sock, the linen hood. Nothing made of wood, though. Sure. And I'll trade them just the 2 3 large sards. Very small trade. Sure. Trade. Some gems for a few articles of clothing. And the statues to make a statue garden. We don't need 1,000, like thousands of statues, because that's how many we're going to have. No, most of them are going to be made into bricks, which are going to be made into structures, right? Well, actually, no, it's still raining. Gotta wait for the rain to end. It rains a lot in the early spring, but towards like the late spring, it kind of stops raining, I find. So I kind of need to keep the dwarves inside, but then I also need them to go outside so that they don't just get like cave adapted, because I don't really want that. On a lower pop, focusing more on building and your dwarves' health than raids and stuff. Yeah, I mean, as I've said many times in the past, combat is not the draw for me for Dwarf Fortress. Combat is like a happy bonus. Like, it's fun when combat works in Dwarf Fortress, but I'm here primarily for the intrigue, right? Okay, so that gets us up to 32 dwarves. She is private to a point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about herself. She can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear different than her. She is passive in discussions, and she often feels envious of others. She tends to be passive, and she has a greedy streak. She occasionally overindulges, and she mutters under her breath. The carpenter. Well, I don't directly need a carpenter, but I can give you a side gig of that. You can have carpentry as a main job, though. We can give you weaving. Might as well grab us another weaver. And welcome to the fortress, Nil. I mean, that would require me digging down to fun in order for the fortress. Well, when you say fun, I assume you mean like clowns. That would require me digging through certain places in the world to get that, which I don't really plan on doing. But no, I have to build a cool fortress, and I also have to build a cool fortress that is good for frame rates, right? So, otherwise, what's the point of being in a world for 1,000 years screwed if you don't like looking at it, right? Can you have that carpenter, please? Absolutely. We just read the description, so I won't bother rereading it, but... And there you go. She personally finds leisure time wasteful and does not care about family one way or another, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She has the appearance of somebody that is 60 nice years old and is one of the first of her kind. She has a broad body. Her hair is clean-shaven, her cobalt eyes have very large irises, and her nose bridge is concave. Her nose is short, and her somewhat short ears have small lobes. Her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. She likes pig iron, star ruby, and giant muskox horn, the color plum, and dresses in yaks for their shaggy hair, porcupine men for their quills, and the words of the key of outrage. Nice. So yeah, this is what the minimap currently looks like in Dwarf Fortress. Which, like, I mean, it's helpful, but not as helpful as, like, you'd want it to be. Like, you can't really, it's not all that useful. I'm really curious to see what the Steam version does for that. Because, like, that update just came out, right? When you could just scroll out. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can zoom out so fast. Like, what really is the point in doing that? Also, Padinsky, you didn't think that the gore would be visualized in the game? That's like the first thing I got really excited about when I heard about the Steam version. I was like, oh, we get to see the violence. I'm still waiting. The head sails off in an arc. I want to see heads sail off in an arc. It has to be a very satisfying arc. I mean, come on. Like, let's be real here. If heads don't sail off in an arc, I don't know if it's really Dwarf Fortress. How can it be Dwarf Fortress if heads don't sail off in an arc? I mean, like, seriously. Let's think about this. Something that's really nice about having all of these walkways is it's really easy to tell when it's raining. All right, dwarves, let's get more mudstone pathways done. To keep the trees from growing. Because not having to chop down trees as much is going to very much help our relations with the elves. And as much as, you know, we like to meme it, I don't want to be at war with anybody if possible. Like, ideally, I would like to be at war with nobody. Oh, yeah. No, totally. That's, I mean, my first comment when I saw, like, the forest posts of the Steam graphics is, oh, it's so beautiful. I can't wait until it's covered in vomit. You know, it's like, oh, it's so pretty looking. But it's going to be covered in blood. There go the elves. Goodbye, elves. Best of luck with your trading. I like how we're just hacking down trees. The elves walk by. I mean, I remember the first time I saw entrails in Dwarf Fortress. I will never forget that. I'll just put it that way. I'll never forget that. I will always remember that sight. I mean, it is inevitable and it is terrifying. Even wide enough to access? Yep. No, there if you hit Shift D, you can see where wagons can access. And yes, that's accessible by wagons. I'm more worried about the wagons being able to get through trees, honestly. don't want to accidentally up-channel a tree, so... Trees are a lie made by elves? I mean, no. Trees are very real and they produce oxygen, and that's why you need to protect the Amazon rainforests. But in Dwarf Fortress, it is best when trees are converted into a great mining pit, which is exactly what we are doing. We are creating a great mining pit. Because what else are you gonna do, you know? Also, I've used all my mudstone already. That was fast. Much faster than I was expecting, to be honest. Something that's actually kind of tricky, because I'm not breaking into the caverns, is we're getting no moss growing. Oh, also, I should check rumors and news. We've got more invasions. Although I think these ones were happening previously. Seduce Shock was acquired. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, this did happen previously. So my dwarves have actually invaded these goblin pits and conquered it. And they're attacking wild coast. Esm Wild Cloisters is marching on Spidery Desert. Whereas other things goes... Seem to be anything else new. Just that. So, like, something I'm actually a little bit worried about is what if dwarves are OP and we just conquer all of the goblins before the world gets going? Just .mp3. As long as it's mp3, it'll work. Otherwise, I need to transfer it over to mp3. Yeah. Chat, which one? Turn off the music for a second here. This one? That's option 1 or option 2. Ew, okay. Sorry, Tarn. I'm very, very sorry, but that is just too cold. So, I'm actually going to make this louder. We're going to do some more on-stream editing, but fortunately, this isn't going to, make me lag. Splice them together? Nah, we'll just go with the one. Has it been put up? No, it's been made, but I haven't put it up yet. I've been prioritizing the floors. But I will do that. God. Just give me 2 seconds here. If there's anything happening in game, I can't actually see it right now. So, hopefully there's nothing bad happening in game. Got too many folders open. Help. All right, it's in there. Why is it all red? What? Uh-oh. Why is what all red? What red are you referring to? It's in there and should, in theory, work. Well, maybe I need to refresh it. Eh. Somebody else type that in. Why do the walls look red? Because they're made of clay. That's why. There you go. Kobold is up there. See how this worked. I didn't voice test it. So the sound commands, Great Padinsky, are $6.99 a month on Patreon or $10 a month on Twitch. I might splice them both together. I'll do that later, though. Yeah. So I do that to keep the spam to a minimum. Yeah. Someone beat you to it. And I talked over it. Might splice them both together. All right, well, that's brilliant. Uh, 11 seconds, I think, is the cooldown. But you can't play two at once. But yeah, no, they cost money on Patreon because it's kind of like, that's the perk I give, really. And custom ones are $25 a month. Because that's just a, you're a mad lad and are probably here too much. Do I have both? Just the one? No. Yeah, just the one. But I could make a second one. Something custom sounds. Thanks for the example, be like. Oh no, it is raining in the bottom half of the map. God damn it. Working around the rain is something I've never really done in Dwarf Fortress before. It's always like, you bastards, tough it out. But this time it's like, no, we're actually like having to work around those. Yeah, no, I saw the DMs, yeah. But Great Padinsky beat you to it. Oh, that's so stupid. I love it. It's so good. I'm so sorry, Tar. You sent me the spices as well. Cheers. Yeah, I'll mess about with them off stream. I've done enough like goofy off topics. Oh. Also, my music ended. Let's just repeat it. Actually, nah, let's do this. I want that to be used as the official voice acting for the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress for the Cobalts, by the way, chat. I think Tarn should do all of the voice acting for all of the Cobalts. So whenever you open up Cobalt Speak, you get like 1 of 100 Tarn speaks. Can we please get that? Please. Please.
Let's go to the peak of Mount Celeste.
One day I'll play that game off stream with all of the easy mode assists turned on. Sophie, thank you very much for keeping that simple life for 10 months. Speaking of books, no, we haven't written any more books yet. I'm sad. What are they pondering right now? Anesthesia and Gears. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 10th month. It's good to have you back. Thank you so much, Sophie. Tarn and Zach, yeah. I want their voice acting for the Cobalts, because they're the only ones who can pronounce the Cobalt words. Because nobody else can. Like, I look at that and I go, that's nonsensical garbage. All right, so that's most of that side, which means we're mostly good. We got a little bit further to go, kind of up to the top. We're almost there. And it looks like the rain has stopped, so I'm going to cure up some rock crafts and leave those on repeat so we have something to sell to the dwarves when they arrive. And let's put up that statue of that kobold. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams very much. You know, last night specifically, I was looking at the stuff that I did a couple of years ago and, you know, just kind of shuddering at the crappy quality that my stream used to be. Like, genuinely, like, in the first year or two, I don't know why anybody watched my stream. Like, I genuinely feel that way. It's like, why did anybody watch me? I was always exhausted and, like, muttering and, like, barely able to speak functionally because of how tired I was. It's like, I can't logically think of why anybody watched my stream back then, but I'm happy they did because I'm still here because of it. Like, the level of jank that my stream was a couple of years ago is kind of incredible to me. And let's start making some mudstone blocks. As all, uh-oh. We have our first tantrum. I think it's already over. Where's Jack Nurek? Topple the butcher shop. Okay, we're taking away hauling. Taking away cleaning, taking away road building, floor and wall construction, and construction and removal. What do you want? You want decent meals. You want to acquire something. You want to practice a craft. Stone crafting. Cage trap. Hello, Tree and Monkey. What's up? Went and punched a dwarf. All right, Jack Nurek, I'm going to have to remove you from your job currently. First tantrum before the first baby, yeah. But now you're making rock crafts, so hopefully that'll cheer you up a little bit. Let's rebuild that cage trap. Hopefully that will help. Hopefully. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Put up a video on more Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition news. So that's pretty exciting. Hanging out, chatting. Got some very generous raids at the start of the stream. Big host and a big raid from FG, which was very nice. I have my record player back, which you might be able to see behind me. It's That's good. Oopsies. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. So it's been good. We're making stuff out of mudstone and that we will be selling, and hopefully our problem dwarf Jack Nurick will be able to cheer up a little bit, because what are you eating? Eating a plump helmet. Probably queue up some fine meals and just leave those on repeat. Lavish meals as well. We'll do those first, and once they run out of stuff for lavish meals, then easy meals after that. The last 2 days have been good. Yeah, I mean I've had some rough days over the past few months, but the better days currently are outweighing the crappy days, fortunately. And this is how we're gonna be getting rid of most of this mudstone, is just making tons of crafts. I mean, tons of crafts and tons of blocks. And hopefully this will cheer up Jack Nurick a bit. I'm a little bit worried about that dwarf. Wouldn't be our first death, but would be our first tantrum-y death or prisoner. You know my video is doing well when porn bots are commenting. Not even like the normal porn bots. So this is Rhinestone's audio clip. It says it might be super loud, so I'm gonna turn it down a bit. You could actually turn it up. Ryan, that's actually a little bit on the quiet side. You could like double the volume on that. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat room. We've got, oh hey, Cena, the human bard, has returned once again. Must really like our tavern. This is the third time this human bard's been here. This human bard actually asked to join the fortress once, and I said no. Almost feel a little bad, but kind of don't feel bad because it's a human. So. Do I have more wolves? Yeah, I do have 2 more wolf pups. We're gonna geld them. Eventually, I will geld my adult male. And actually, you know what? Let's not geld one of those pups. And instead, geld the male adult. Let that pup grow up, and that's going to be our breeder for the future. Because I'm not sure how old they are, right? So they might just keel over and die randomly. We don't really want. Jack Nurick, how we doing up there? Not the goose. Rejected when caught in the rain, but satisfied at work. So wants to acquire something. Sock. We're gonna put up another processed plants job. We've got our gelder at work, so I'm gonna need to retie that wolf. Ba-da-dum-ba-dum-bum. And thanks, Mossy and Sophie. Ba-da-dum-ba-dum-bum. So the wolf's getting reassigned. little worried about some of these tantrums, but generally it's like they're kind of on the border of being tantrumy, or not tantrumy, but like being stressed even. Like Simplex over here was blissful recently. It's like, I ate in a dining room, this could be bliss. It's like they're pretty happy in general. It's like, but there's like one or two things that are just like kind of pushing them towards being a little stressy, you know? Like, you would like to practice martial art. All right, well, let's work you guys out down here. I think it's time to train the bear fighters a little bit. The bear fighters are literally just a wrestler squad. So they're not intended to have any kind of any weapons. They're just strictly like passive training for martial arts. Passive martial arts training. Hops has made a crown. A masterpiece one. Hopefully, Jack Nurick over here is able to acquire a crown. Oh. Well, I mean, it's unfortunate that this dwarf is going this way. It's very unfortunate. You know, Jack Nurick, let's try a different direction with you. We're gonna be your tavern keeper. It's a totally different direction, but we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll see if we can make it work. Buff dwarves in no armor, you mean? They're just wearing their clothing like it's just martial arts. I'm getting this funny image of like dwarves wearing like karate gis. It's a funny mental image. I don't know. I like it. Serve potato wine. And you're getting good moods out of it. It keeps you out of the rain. You can make mudstone crafts on the side. Fingers crossed. We can make this work. Speaking of potato wine, I wonder what we're drinking. And let's see what we're eating, too. Let's do prepared meals first. Turkey hen biscuits, pecan stew, tripe roast, and pecan roast, and walnut roast. Wonder what a walnut roast would taste like. Although, I'll bet you pecan biscuits would be good. Split beer, barley wine, quinoa beer, potato wine, prickleberry wine, and dwarven wine. Speaking of, we're running low. And Eric Shadowblade has made a masterpiece mudstone scepter.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we the блин?
I've never actually heard that, Ryan. But I guess now I have. So that's gonna be Rhinestone's sound command. Quality. Quality. I love how there's like 3 or 4 commands that are just like... Rhinestone can explain it if you want. It's the guy who... The dude behind Escape from Tarkov, the creator of Escape from Tarkov, trying to speak English and then cussing, basically. Ryan, what do you want the command to be? What do you want it to be called? Exclamation point what? Board guy has become a stonecrafter from a farmer. We're gonna have a stonecrafters guild soon enough. Yeah, TLDR, it's the studio head of whatever the name of the studio that makes Escape from Tarkov is, trying to speak English and then cussing. Exclamation point, right? Okay. So you get it once an hour. For the tier 3 subscription. Got too many of these. I need to clear them out at some point. All right. You're free to try it whenever, Ryan. Should work.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we the блин?
Oh, that's funny. You do have 9 seconds, so if you wanted to make it longer, you could. Battle state, that was it. I wanted to say battle plate for some reason, but maybe that's just because it's almost lunchtime. It is a hard language, yeah. It really is. Man, we're just like harassing lead developers right now between like exclamation point Cobalt and now that. Man, we're such a rude channel, just making fun of people and their voices. I mean, yeah, he is speaking it pretty clearly, but like, you know, even I can't speak English clearly sometimes, and it's my goddamn language. Like, there are times where it's just like, fuck, can't words today, you know? Like, I feel that on a spiritual level. Oh no, speaking of feeling things on a spiritual level, Jack Nurick cancels Make Crafts, too depressed. Bible thump. Feels bad. Sorry, you poor, poor dwarf. You don't deserve that. So far, trees are still clear, but it is raining outside. All right, so we should check in with that statue of the Cobalt. A nice statue of Is this Cobalt impersonating somebody else? I think the Cobalt is impersonating somebody else. This is a masterfully designed image of Klajrorber, the Cobalt. Oh, I see. And Gurgigildus, the Cobalt, in Nice by Cassiopeia. Kalji Rujber is embracing Gurgilodruberus. The artwork relates to the marriage of the Cobalt, Klajrorber, and the Cobalt Gurgigildus in the early spring of year 5. Oh my god, that's adorable. They're a married couple that is trying to steal our shit. Yeah, that was the other Cobalt. It's I can't kill either of them. They've tried to steal stuff from me twice now. That is so cute. Shit. I can't kill them, so we have to be very careful to not hurt them when they attack. Aww. I should put some guard wolves outside so we spot them before they get to us. Or on the walls, maybe. That is precious. Sorry, I'm screenshotting it. That's what the baby doom was in the background. That is precious, chat. We've got a married couple of Cobalts trying to steal our stuff. I think I'm going to also make... Should I make a statue of the other one as well? Because I tried to make a statue of Gurgi killed us. Although it probably just... I mean, they have a place in our fort. It's a statue right there. Because they keep invading, so we figured, oh, you know, it's a defensive tactic. Actually, never mind. You know, we'll just do this. I need to way up onto this wall, so... We'll do this. That is adorable. That's fucking precious, man. I don't know, just getting having two Cobalts show up trying to take your stuff that are a married couple is just too cute. I'm not genuinely one to get tickled by that sort of stuff, but that is adorable. So I have to do my best to not hurt them. My personal rule going forward. See about getting a cage trap and put them on display in the dining hall? I'd have to catch them first. Also, they're trap avoid, so I would have to have a cage trap with webs on it. Good luck getting that. I don't really want to kill them. I just kind of want to let them go about doing their thing. Cole is wandering about obliviously. No! Okay, Cole, I need to get you inside. Get inside, Cole. We'll also make you into a tavern keeper. Cole is my broker, but Cole's been really stressed out for a bit. Got into a couple arguments, and it seems to have been a bit much for him. The job is a lot of work. I don't blame him. See if we can replace Cole. Zephyron the Farmer is a pretty good negotiator at liar, intimidator, comedian, flatterer, counselor. It's the appraiser part that's hard. You're a legendary appraiser? No shit, eh? We'll see if we can keep him around for another season. If he can snap out of it. How's Jack Nurk doing? He's currently attending a meeting. Still haggard, but seems to be doing a little bit better, apart from the part where he's dwelling upon being unable to pray, which makes no sense because you can just go pray. all the time. Yeah, but then they can't go do their thing. I want them to be free and be Cobalts doing Cobalt things. See, this is why wrestling is good. Like, look how happy Simplex is recently. Still a little dejected after being unable to acquire something, but like, gratitude after a sparring session, satisfied after teaching, fighting, and satisfied upon improving teaching. And satisfied upon improving fighting. At least there's been, like, minimal violence. Just a little bit of, unwanted vandalism. Oh, come on. On, Cole. On, Cole. About a young child that sets out to the world's greatest appraiser. Okay, so that's one of two things, Sophie. It's either an anime or it's a History Channel reality TV show. In fact, I'm pretty sure that already exists. It's called American Pickers. Isn't that sort of like what American Pickers is? Or Canadian Pickers? Where they just, like, go into, like, random barns and, like, appraise things? How you doing, Audio? It's good to see you. So, the other day, we were talking about how your work project didn't launch yet. Do you have a new launch date? Or is it still just Welcome back. But yeah, this is a fortification I'm trying to get built. Mudstone crown. That sucks, man. New schedule being worked on. Hope that they get it out soon, because that sucks, having to work on something for so long and then just being told, nope. But hopefully you get a news sooner rather than later. You had an office job, now it's a house job. Hey man, housework's fun. I've never had to work in an office. That's something I've never done. I worked in kitchens, and now I work from home. There's part of me that's kind of jealous of people who've been able to work in an office, but who knows, maybe I'll have that experience later in life. This is what you get for watching Twitch all the time. It was kind of relevant. That's the most impressive bit about that. Like, honestly, that's the most impressive bit about that line, was that it was kind of relevant. So, like, I didn't even realize that. Otherwise, I would have asked if you wanted me to delete it, but... didn't even clue in. I was like, yeah, this seems legit. It's going good. Most of the dwarves are happy too. We do have 2 very depressed dwarves. We had 1 tantrum. Still no children. We have puppy foxes running around, and we've recently learned that uh-oh. Second tantrum. We've recently learned that the 2 Cobalts that keep invading us and trying to steal our stuff are a married couple, and I think it's adorable. Please don't knock anything over or hurt anybody. Oh, you go and you beat the human. All right. You know, I think we're going to have to... I'm very sorry, Monkey, but we're gonna have to expel you with Cole, because that was murder. And Jack Nurick has been found dead. Thief! Skulking filth. Hey, look! Now, where's your wife? Yeah! Is it a wife? Well, that's Brogerer. But we have seen the other one. They must just be part of the same faction. Yeah, no, it was Calgerober that was the that was married to the other Cobalt. So MM the Scholar and Jack Nurick are leaving. Also, Secret Dwarves! A book authored by Boxed. Wait. No, that's ours. We're keeping that. You cannot leave with that. Well, we should read the book before he leaves. A Mountain Goat Parchment Choir. Written on the item is an essay entitled Secret Dwarves by Boxed. Banner faded. It concerns the scholar. The start of the scholar Boxed in Longdeath in the late autumn of year 8. The writing is fairly cheerful, yet occasionally changes topic abruptly. It's not awful, but not very good either. Brogerer. Yeah. Should I make a statue of Brogerer? So Cole and Jack Nurick have left, and Jack Nurick is dead. Cole and MM have left. Murder. It was inevitable. And it is disturbing. And terrifying. I think that's right. Often. Not a book thief. Scholar leaving with a book. Mm-hmm. Oh, it just sucks, man. Punch the mug out of his hand. Jack Nurick was a sad dwarf who was trying to live a better life. It's too sad, man. Well, I had like 2 glass makers, don't I? This means we're going to be getting a few more migrants because we're down to 29 dwarves now. The fact that they're all named makes me so sad. Like, I'm actually just getting attached to all of these dwarves, and it's hard to deal with. Like, genuinely kind of hard to deal with. I'll have to go through all the comments on the video later because there's quite a few, actually. Honestly, it's the number of likes I get on those Steam videos that blows my mind. It's like almost 50 likes. Like 1 in 3 people basically likes those videos. All right, so we've got a caravan that's arrived. Wait, what? Wagons can't get to the site. Are the trees too close together? I think the trees are too close together, chat. All right, well, let's just cut a hole through the trees and build a road up to there. I'm pretty sure these are wide enough. Maybe they're not. I thought that was enough. It's too narrow right at the bottom. Yeah, I think that must be it. I'll make a road through the forest regardless. I mean, I think that should do it, right? Well, the season of crafts is done. We can stop making mudstone blocks as well. My name is Mr. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Still the same. Cave spider silk cloth. I'm going to request they make a lular, or bring me a lular and a Keurig. 2 instruments. That's it. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft storeship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together as the years go on. Move goods to and from. Should also sell them the used clothing. Yeah, I've got a couple of these, don't I? There's a lot of crafts. A whole lot of crafts. This is how we're going to be getting through all of our mudstone. It's just mudstone crafts every year. We're going to flood this world with mudstone crafts. I think we've cornered the market on mudstone crafts, you could say. It's all mudstone. Yep. All that stone is mud. Hope you like mudstone, because we got a lot of it. All right. Those are nice. Let's sell those. Sell that. That. And that. And there it goes. It's going to take a little while for all this to be transferred. I hope they can carry it all. So we're in the early autumn of year 11. I think the longest fort I did was about 30 years. It was a low population construction fort. It was that massive underground library I built that ended with dumping lava on an army of invading goblins, if I remember correctly. No. No, 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 no. God, I love the way those Steam Dwarf Fortress beards look. They look so nice. All the little variations in beards. So after trading, I'm going to go do lunch. I have rice for lunch today because, unfortunately, I've kind of run out of toppings for my sandwiches, and I'm trying to save some money and not go to the grocery store as often, so I'm eating like rice and stuff for lunch. So I have rice with some greens for lunch. Yeah, rice is good though. It doesn't even need to be anything fancy. The problem is it takes a little bit longer for me to carb count it because I have to weigh it. Homemade bread is almost impossible to carb count. It sucks. Like, it's literally just like throwing caution to the wind and playing Russian roulette with your blood sugar. Kinda sucks. I hate it. 'Cause I love homemade bread. So, Stray Wolf. There's our guard dog spot. I hope they made that coffin. Yeah, they did. Sucks so much that he got murdered, man. Cassiopeia is a proficient record keeper. Cassie, you're getting a promotion. You're our record keeper / manager. Someone got murdered? Yep. Jack Narek, one of my scholars, got murdered. By Cole, one of our record keeper, tantrumed and murdered Jack Narek, which is very unfortunate. Time to tan some wolf hides. But some migrants have arrived. Got a bismuth bronze battle axe. Fancy. As well as a shearer. I'll give you both stone crafting. Prefers to be alone rather than caught up in internal deliberations. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, is assertive, and has a greedy streak. Does not go out of his way to help others. And you... often feels lustful, doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. Lives a fast-paced life and is bad with resources when working on projects when possible, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different look or appearance or culture and doesn't mind helping others. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. What makes it difficult? Figuring out, well, first off, you need to know the exact amount based off all of your ingredients, but the thing that makes it really hard, the thing that makes it really, really hard is knowing the exact amounts of, like, the slice sizes, right? So you have to look at all of your ingredients, count all of your ingredients, then divide it by weight, and then weigh individual slices in order to count it. So it's really difficult because baking something can change the carb count of it. Whereas like cooked rice is like pretty easy to do because I know how much cooked rice is and then I just weigh it and it's fine. Or like, so in some cases it'll be like, oh, pre-cooked pasta. I know 85 grams of the brand of pre-cooked pasta I buy is 62 carbs and 3 grams of fiber. But I need to know how much fiber and how many carbs are in the cooked bread plus the size of the slices. So it's like, even bakery bread is really difficult, even if they have it, because it's like, well, they can tell me the amount for the whole loaf or the weight of the loaf, but then I have to divide it by weight and then weigh the slice. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a bloody nightmare. You didn't think about the slices? Yeah, that's the hard bit. It's the slices. Just placing bets real quick in Blaseball. By then, trading should be done. We're ready to go. Nope, they're still moving. Goddamn crafts. Ah! The merchants will be leaving soon. Oh no. Okay, we'll just request a broker. Come on, go drink. Trade at depot. Come on, Dwarf. Come on, Dwarf. No! Well, at least we won't need to make crafts next year. I am a idiot. Cool. Good job, me, chat. All right, well, let's check in with the news. Okay, so still the invasions down there. That seems to be it. All right, chat. Well, it's time for food for me, so I'm going to go prep my lunch. It'll take me a couple of minutes. Hopefully, I'll be back in under 10. If you happen to have sound commands, now's the time to entertain the chat with them. And could I get a big old round of beers? I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere fast. Unless, you know, you got something to do, in which case I will see you later. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out today. It's been a great stream. I will be back in a couple of minutes.
Let's take a lovely fruit, this tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
All right, well, the game isn't paused, so that's good. I don't see any combat lines. Boxed is depressed, but, you know, depressed scholars are like, go hand in hand. Thank you to those of you who kept the chat alive. There's a lot of people watching today. I know we got a raid earlier, but I'm kind of impressed by how many people are here. So thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Seriously. Thank you so much. My rice is ready, so I'm gonna chill here and eat my rice and watch the dwarves hang out in the tavern while winter sets in. I hope that we still have beer. We are indeed doing okay for alcohol. Kind of trying to remember where my kitchen is. Cancel all those meals because we probably got plenty now. They should be brewing. Should be. Doesn't look like we have anybody brewing. Alrighty, Dolmas, you can be our brewer. Hey, Freeways, how you doing? How many years in are we? 11 years. We started at year 5, so year 6. $994 to go. Fortunately, the dwarf that died, the dwarf that was murdered, was also depressed. It was kind of one of those, dwarf kind of made up for the problems that they caused. Which kind of sucks. You need to make a masterpiece? Well, you're not in this fortress currently. I could give you a stonecrafter if you'd like one. My stonecrafters are very, very good. You are in the other fortress. I think you actually died. Got murdered. But I can give you one of the stonecrafters, Euthers. He didn't feel anything after getting into an argument, but was interested after watching a performance. Felt blissful remembering sleeping in a very good bedroom, but was bored after being unable to practice a craft. Well, you literally just were. He is a worshipper of Shin, Westember. Deity is Shin. Deity of the ignited creation, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with jewels and wealth. Has a few close friends, as well as some long-term acquaintances. You killed Dan, the dwarf, who went insane after failing to complete an artifact. It's a very sad story, to be honest. He is the appearance of somebody that is 60 nice years old, one of the first of his kind. He is a member of the Guild of Vines. This is our Farmers Guild. He personally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and values independence and decorum, and dignity and proper behavior. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and doesn't care about art one way or another, but dreams of raising a family. But is quite good at it, as a rather good stonecrafter. He personally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. You're a good dwarf. Never becomes angry after seeing El Neso's dead body. Can be very single-minded and is confident under pressure. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. This would have been a good doctor. I really need to focus on getting a doctor assigned because Axon is called one. And he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and not particularly interested in what others think of him. He lives a fast-paced life and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He is somewhat focused with satisfied needs. So he's a happy dwarf. Happy, mentally stable dwarf. Those are rare, frankly. Animal, am I crazy or did you say you were going to bed? For winning too much on for a new account? Really, Freeways? How long is the temp ban? The days must just be running together, Animal. How are the YouTube streams these days, Euthris? YouTube is this weird anomaly that I just don't understand. Like, even my YouTube channel just has this weird life of its own. I'll be right back. All right. But yeah, no, YouTube is just this weird anomalous thing. It's like, at least with Twitch, I feel like I can kind of understand the logic of people to an extent. So, like, I understand why certain people will watch certain things but won't watch other things. Same with Reddit. It's like, Reddit kind of makes sense to me, but I do not, in the slightest, understand YouTube. Like, I kind of wish I did, but, like, even the videos that do well, it's like, okay, I kind of understand why this is doing well, but I feel like I could have uploaded that same video 6 months ago and no one would have watched it. You know, it's weird. Like, I wish I understood it more, but I just don't. Frankly, I just don't. Like, I was talking to a friend of mine who does a lot of Black Desert Online stuff on Twitch. Kind of a little while ago. We were just chatting. And his YouTube channel does really well for what it is. Like, it's just like video news, basically. And it does really well. He actually, like, burnt out on the game for a while ago, and he's, I think, still taking a break from it. But, like, he puts up a video, anything related to BDO news, and it, boom, just takes off. And he's just like, yeah, I don't know how it's doing so well. What if they're doing the same dance that I've seen them doing previously? Because they're in a slightly different pattern. Nope, still the Fuchsia Velvet. It's a highly improvised social group dance where they sing in random gibberish. Kind of gotta get the last of these sorted. And I also gotta get this road built through here. Even though it's a snowstorm happening right now. I'm just gonna put this road through here so that traders are always guaranteed to be able to make it here. Because they tend to always spawn up there, kind of that in that top area of the town map. So might as well give it that. And thanks, Dudu, for the 2,000 channel points. Towards making me take a day off, which, as I've said a couple times, I'm going to actually be cashing in a little early, so I'm kind of cheating. I'm taking it this Saturday because me and my dad were originally planning on going on a hike tomorrow, but a doctor's appointment that wasn't supposed to be in person now can be in person because social distancing rules are confusing and changing all the time. So I have to go to a in-person doctor's appointment on Friday, which means we wouldn't have been able to go for a hike. So I'm going to take the Saturday to be able to go for a hike. And somebody's knocking on my door. It's one of those days where all of the packages decide to arrive and I'm distracted for half the stream because of it. But check this out. It's a micro SD card, which thanks to Hobo and Rhinestone for purchasing F1 TV through my link, because I got about $20 worth of Amazon monies, which I bought this with. This is a micro SD card for my GoPro, the camera that you're actually looking at right now. But this is going to allow me to do two things. It's going to allow me to easily film stuff with the GoPro without using OBS. So currently I can only use it as a webcam because it doesn't actually have a micro SD. Now I have a micro SD. It's not that big. It's 128 gigabytes. But it's big enough that I'll be able to take this hiking and film some short bits of film while I'm hiking. And then when I take it back, when I bring it home, I can edit it into something for you guys. Actually, more specifically, I just want to edit into a short film for my family so I can show it to like my grandmother and stuff. I don't know what to do with it because I don't really want to put it just up on my YouTube channel. Like, I guess I could put it up unlisted and like link to it, but like, I don't know. I have the Crypt Audio channel, which I'm actually planning on starting to upload to it again. When the record player is behaving. I want to get that. I might actually just record Shadowrun Dragonfall tonight and get that up. But I don't know. It's a tricky one. Upload it to Twitch. I mean, I could. Actually, can you still upload to Twitch? I thought they got rid of that feature. I'm like 90% certain they did. I guess in theory I could upload it as a... I could upload it as a channel trailer, but that would be kind of false advertising E. You just heard Shadowrun. Yep. Shadowrun Dragonfall soundtrack on vinyl. I probably won't ever stream Shadowrun, but check this shit out. That arrived while we were streaming records earlier. Man, Fox being depressed is a rough one. But such is the way of dwarves. Or stream it? You like the stream vid? I mean, like, I could stream it. But I need to have a channel or a place to host it. With Hong Kong too. Dude, that record was on sale for €6. So I just snap bought it. I saw it on, I was streaming the other day before the record player was repaired. It was like last week sometime. and I got an email saying that Black Screen Records was having a sale, and I just went over and I was like, €6? Yeah, right? I was just like, damn, dude. So I snap bought it. I also grabbed their free record. Free. You had to pay shipping, but it was just like a sampler. So it had like it has a collection of tracks from a whole bunch of releases that they're putting out. So I snapped that up because why not? All right, Bear Fighters, you guys can take a break. Wonder how Cassie likes her job. Satisfied at work, uneasy after being unable to acquire something, annoyed when caught in the rain. But I need to assign Cassie to that. So now you should be able to go update records pretty soon. Don't we all, though, Cassie? Don't we all hate the rain? Wonder why Zephron the farmer just fell asleep out there. Probably just like working too hard. Trying to get these roads done. A lot of work. The frame rate's running a little slow because of all the crafts we have on the map right now, which sucks. But we'll be able to trade those all off as traders show up. It's not ideal. It sucks that it took too long for us to transport them all, but they're mostly there now, so they'll be quicker to trade next time. It's a pity you can't, like, pre-move stuff somewhere, you know? That kind of sucks. I wish I could have stuff, like, already there and waiting for the traders and ready to trade when the traders show up instead of, like, you know, taking forever to get stuff moved. I agree with this one comment on the YouTube video, which is, I don't think I've ever seen someone use the minimap and didn't know it was a thing. And I completely agree. It's like, the minimap in Dwarf Fortress is like, not exactly useful currently. Getting that done. Just happy we got that dwarf corpse dealt with. Also get that turkey body dealt with. Maybe they didn't butcher it, but... You know, that would be logical, wouldn't it? I'll think about that. I'll see what I can do. Currently, I don't really have any space for a stockpile. Also, I'm kind of planning on, like, dropping this area down anyway, so... That's the one I wanted to unforbid. Unforbid that and that. Dwarves are thirsty and hungry. You know, let's just cancel what's left. I'm sure that that's plenty. And fix this later. Get back inside, dwarves. That's enough construction. You guys did good. Do 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 do. Do do do. Also, the number of, like, down-flashing red arrows seems to have gone down a bit. Metsus is still a little tough. A little bit bitter. Like, some of the dwarves just seem to naturally get into arguments. I'm really curious to see what the dwarves in this fortress look like after, like, 100 years. Because what might end up happening is we might just, like, weed out the depressed ones pretty quickly. We have 5 books. 2 more have been written. Start your day with the mountain halls. A cave fish parchment choir. Written on the item is an essay entitled Start Your Day with the Mountain Halls, authored by Kos Markbound. Is that one of my dwarves? Kosesh Markbound? It concerns the settling of the dwarf Kosesh Markbound in Longdeath in Midsummer 6, must be. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. So one of my unnamed dwarves. And it is the dwarfs, a pig parchment scroll. It's authored by Simplex, Lastborn. It concerns the acceptance of Simplex as a member of the Guild of Vines in the late spring of year 3. The writing is quite mocking in tone, yet it has moments of cleverness. Overall, it's not awful, but not very good either. So how long until we get a book that's, like, better than not awful and not very good either? Like, how many books do they need to write before they write something decent? Because I have this feeling it's going to be a little bit. Also, the video from today is doing pretty good. No water source. That's because they're trying to give water to the livestock. But I don't really want to be digging into the creek. I mean, I guess I could make a well by, like, using buckets. Actually, we might do that. It wouldn't be ideal, but it would give us water to at least, like, you know, clean wounds and keep wounded dwarves alive. That might actually be smart. Maybe we should do that. I'll just need to make a pond. Pit pond and all that jazz. So since tomorrow's Friday and we're getting close to the weekend, anybody got any plans for the weekend? I'm gonna try and do the hike thing with my dad. Water to clean wounds. Yep. No, they use water to clean wounds. Yeah, they use water to clean injured dwarves. Which might sound a little weird, but is what it is. This water is concerning to me. We need to get rid of this. Because what's going to happen is it's going to thaw out when there's a dwarf on top of it, and they're going to die. I feel so bad for Boxed. They felt self-pity after being unaccompanied for too long. Unoccupied. Okay, you know what, Boxed? We're gonna take you off of being a scholar. I'm gonna let you be a performer in this simple dinner. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll help. You know what? Screw it. No, you can research yourself to death. Because I think, like, downgrading you to a scholar, from a scholar to an entertainer is just be bad. But yeah, no, they use water to clean wounds, they use water to clean themselves, and they use water they need to give water to animals, or animals can die in the winter. Yeah, now there's a lot of kind of eccentric things that Dwarf Fortress does that, like, you don't maybe like wouldn't immediately suspect they'd do it that way, but that's kind of part of what makes it fun, in my opinion. There we go. Water's thought, is it raining? Tis not. Might be time to get down to the bottom of this and begin working on this. We're gonna dig out all the sand and replace it with mudstone. We're going to smooth the rest of the stone. Oh, that one's already been done. I mean, you don't necessarily want... I mean, it depends on the type of alcohol. It's like, yeah, vodka's pretty good for cleaning wounds, but like, beer? Wine? It's like soapy water is still better, right? And fortunately for us, we have soap. So... turns out if you know what you're doing, soap is pretty easy to make. But yeah, no. So for me, it's plan for the weekend is hopefully going for a hike on Saturday, weather permitting. Tomorrow I got a doctor's appointment. Week after, I also have a doctor's appointment. Actually, I've got a blood test. It's fun. I get to fast for 12 hours before the blood test. Because that's what I'm looking forward to doing. Hey, Slippery Nipple. It's been a minute. How you been? Mudstone blocks. You're sick? That's unfortunate. Hope you get well soon. I've been coughing your lungs out for 2 weeks. It's not COVID, is it? Stay safe, yeah? Take care of yourself. Been getting better? That's good. Not COVID? Gotcha. Just a cruddy cough. How am I? I have my record player back, which is great. Been a pretty solid stream, no complaints. Just trying to survive one day at a time. I've been streaming a lot. Like, a lot. The last few days, I've done some pretty long streams. The only reason one stream this week was cut short was I got a phone call saying my record player was finished being fixed up, so being able to have my records again has been really nice. More Dwarf Fortress news came out today. I don't know if you've seen it or if you're interested, but here is a link to my Reddit post about it. We have our first violence graphics, which I am thrilled by. I mean, you know, here's the thing. If we say both of your names back to back, it's gonna start sounding bad. Screw it then, Slippery Nipple. It's funny. But yeah, that's pretty much me. Thief! Skulking filth. It's Gurgaligos again. And, Brojurar. Oh no! Get out of here! You dumb Cobalt! The graphics are mostly unimportant to you. Yeah, it's still something to get excited about. I like seeing people be excited about it. Also, there's a bunch of kangaroos in my pit. No one's throwing a tantrum. It's a cobalt. It's 2 cobalts. 2 killer attack kobolds are panicking and running around and scaring my dwarves. I'm kind of just hoping that they work their way out. Oh, I think they may have killed one. Nope. Man, I may have to kill them. I don't want to kill them. Come on, you stupid kobolds. Why do you keep coming into the fort? No! Urga killed us! No! Why would you do that? Oh. Being shot to death by the human. Oh. Elves are here to trade. No one is throwing a tantrum, okay? Things are getting interrupted, but it didn't say anything about throwing a tantrum. The human is beating the cobalt to death. This poor cobalt thief has tried to steal stuff from us for years. I'm so sad. Where's the other one? Should we go get this one? Can't have it continuing running around like this. No, you can't. They're trap avoid, and I don't have any way to trap them. Can I get a round of beers in chat for the poor kobolds who tried so hard? Because they truly did try so hard. So for those of you who don't know. Wait, who? What? Apparently Burger died? Did somebody throw a tantrum? Oh, no, that was from a while ago. Also from a while ago. That's also still a while ago. Oh, Simplex the Scholar threw a tantrum. And then Burger was found dead. Oh. IHQMD, I'm good. I'm very sad because one of my Cobalt thieves died. I mean, they weren't part of my fort or anything, but I've had these Cobalt thieves showing up a couple times a year trying to steal my stuff. And I was getting rather attached to them. Two of them died. One of them got a little too ballsy and ran right into the fort. And there was a tantrum. Yeah, you're not crazy. One of them got a little too ballsy and ran right into the fort. And, yeah. Got shot to death by a visitor. We need to make a couple beds real quick. That's not the right one, but that's fine. I mean, here's the thing. I kind of wish the guard wolves did their job and spotted them. So we could have just simply scared them away. Left foot is bruised? Oh, come on, you big baby. That's like a soccer injury. Bruised left foot. Come on. Oh, no. I'm wounded on the ground and unable to walk. Ah. You have a bruised foot. Some dwarves are just babies. All right, well, let's trade some crafts with these guys. All the ones that are already here. Yeah, no, I'm doing pretty good, IHQMD. I'm doing pretty good. Very sad about the poor death. Do you have any plans for your weekend? I'm going to be attempting to go on a hike on Saturday, assuming weather is nice. So there won't be another stream until Sunday after today. But, doing my best. And luckily my micro SD card arrived, so I'll be able to bring the GoPro with me to try and do some recordings. It's plenty. Yeah, I'm a fan of the Cobalts. I like the Cobalts to live long and prosper if at all possible. All right, I don't really care the value because this dwarf is terrible at value-related things. I just want to see if they have any pets. They have a wolf. They have a fluffy wambler. Well, I'm obviously taking the fluffy wambler. Who doesn't want a pet fluffy wambler? They're adorable. All right, well, we'll just trade all of those crafts for the pet fluffy wambler. Chat, we have acquired a fluffy wambler. I also just realized we also... I also just realized we have a kangaroo in a cage. Let's try and tame it. Once it's tamed, we'll just... Sure, it'll be delicious. Is it tame, though? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, fluffy wambler pudge. I mean, am I going to eat it, or am I just going to put it up into my tavern in a cage? I think we're just going to put it in the tavern in a cage and call it a zoo. And alert, a migrant has arrived. He does not go out of his way to help others. He is slow to trust others, and he has a calm demeanor. He tends to avoid difficult decisions, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He's very humble, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He's pleased with his own appearance, and he can handle stress. He can join the military. Which means I need to make an iron spear. And an iron shield. Why is that slightly disturbing? I want to see Krug Smash draw Fluffy Wambler. I really like the way that he drew fairies, so I want to see how he draws Fluffy Wamblers. I had to go to a shopping mall today to give blood. Well, congratulations, you're a hero. I get to go get my blood taken. Euthris was the last dwarf I named. Give you all of the doctor jobs, because I do need a doctor. I need a crutch, really? There's no way in hell I don't have crutches. Apparently I don't have crutches. We'll see you Sunday, Animal. Cheers, man. Thanks for hanging out.
This is madness! Madness. This is
Hobo. I'm really sad. Yeet.
Hello.
I'm really sad. Hello is gone. Goodbye. Good night, Animal. Hobo, I'm really sad because we did this. It's a statue of Kla Jerober and Gurgi Cobalts embracing because they got married in the year 5. Gurgi Kilildus got a little bit too ambitious on a raid attempt, trying to steal my artifacts. Got a little bit too far into the fort, and one of my human visitors murdered him. Which means somewhere out there, Klajerober is alone. I'm sad. Somewhere out there, there is a Cobalt trying to steal things and wondering where their other Cobalt is. But we bought a Fluffy Wambler, so all is good in the world. We'll probably try and steal my stuff. Hopefully. We won't kill them. But on the bright side, we now have exclamation point Cobalt. which is brilliant for subs. So, tier 2 subs and Patreon supporters now get exclamation point Cobalt, which is beautiful. Once again, I'm sorry, Tarn, but it's too perfect. I can't not. I mean, sometimes you just gotta ask Flobadavardargis, whatever that meant. What does it mean? I don't know. It's contextual. And there goes Burger, who got murdered, unfortunately. Which Cobalt is that? Yeah, that's Gurgi Kalildus. Right there. The sad story, truly. And now it's raining, so I can't really go do the construction stuff I wanted. Also, Hobo, thanks for all the assistance on the Discord earlier. Like, seriously. Box keeps falling into depression. Do we have any more books yet? Still sitting on 5. Also, we do have a couple unnamed dwarves, so if somebody would like one, let me know. Because the goal of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years, so we gonna be here for a while. We're working on the second level of the walls. Dwarves everywhere agree that they're pretty nice walls. Yeah, still no babies. Which I'm actually kind of surprised by because I've given the dwarves a whole lot of nothing to do. I actually think it's kind of weird that they haven't really started having kids yet. Because generally they're pretty quick about that once you, like, let them hang around in the tavern for a bit. That's Stone 2. Stone 2, Electric Boogaloo. So over here we have a fluffy Wambler in a cage, which contains a fluffy Wambler. We have... Oh, it is a tame fluffy Wambler. Oh, apparently I got some pigs. What damn? Should I make the fluffy Wambler available as a pet? Yeah, they must have arrived alongside of that trader. Two piglets. I don't think you can war train fluffy Wamblers, but I could make it available as somebody's pet. What's the lifespan of a fluffy Wambler? That's the Alan Wakey one, right? Did you ever play the OG Alan Wake? I'm gonna make it available as a pet. What the hell is a fluffy Wambler? It's a fluffy Wambler. You don't know what a fluffy Wambler is? Metsu's Graven the Herbalist is throwing a tantrum. That is terrifying. This dwarf is like literally only depressed because they've gotten into arguments with other dwarves. Okay, if you tantrum one more time. You know what? Never mind. Let's just take your bunny rabbit, get out of the fort. We know a few facts about kangaroo training. Which, by the way, I'm going to slaughter all the kangaroo bucks that we have. Yeah, no, we need long-term dwarven survival. A challenge I could set for yourself for your next dwarf fort? Keep it alive for 1,000 years. I mean, maybe don't. But that's what I'm doing. Where are all the dwarves going? Oh, they're, I was like, what are they doing? They're taking the bones and putting them into... Easy peasy, acquire vampire. See, that's cheesy. That's no fun. Let game run for 1,000 years. I mean, I might do that as like a safety backup. But I ideally want to not do that. For your next vampire? Chat, Slippery Nipple needs a challenge for things to do in Dwarf. Because that's not as fun as you think it is, Baron. I mean, it's a challenge. I need thread. Make some pigtail thread. I've never, like, looked into making blood fountains. I know that you can do it. I was like, why are you fighting with that wolf? Because you just cut its nuts off, that's why. I will. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out, Sophie. Thanks for sticking with the stream for so long. Cheers. You could try and make a functional water cannon and killing things with water pressure. You want like a construction project? I'm so flattered that the Kit Fox Games developer literally DM'd me community manager DM'd me about how fast I am on those videos. Yeah, you can kill stuff with pressure. Just make them slam against a wall. You can kill them before they drown, just using water pressure. Yeah, I'm gonna make this. Let's train that kangaroo. So I've got a fluffy wambler that is available as a pet. So in theory, if a dwarf really wanted, they could have a pet fluffy wambler. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, no, if you slam things into a wall fast enough using water, they will die on impact. I've had that happen. Goblin collides with wall, and it collapses into gore, basically. But they need to hit the wall really hard. I feel bad for this poor bunny. It's trying to get to its owner, but its owner's dead. They can slam into bars. They can slam into walls. They fly through fortifications, but if you have just like a flat wall with a hole underneath it, they'll slam into the wall and then fall down. That's what I was doing the one time I was trying to do that. It was fun, but you need a lot of pressure. It's not really the pressure itself that kills them. It's the colliding with the thing after. Some big ass fly in my apartment. It's colliding with the thing after the water hits them. So it's the water pushing them into the thing that kills them. Kind of surprised it's letting me build this close to the wall, to be honest. Need all of those mudstone blocks. Is anybody else, like, way too excited? Like, the one thing that really does excite me about this Steam Dwarf Fortress is the achievements. Like, achievement hunting in Dwarf Fortress is going to be goofy fun, I think. Or a grindy nightmare. One of the two. No artifacts today. Speedrunning DF achievements? No thanks. Not interested in speedrunning Dwarf Fortress. Even though people have done it and people actively do it, it's kinda goofy. And it is now summer. So now we shouldn't have any problems with trees being too close to the fort. Fingers crossed, anyway. Also, we haven't seen any goblins today. Had plenty of goblins last time we streamed this fort. Hey, Cooler. I'm very sad. One of the Cobalts died. Or rather, we had to kill it. How's Cooler? Bum, bum, bum. Dum, ba, dum. Also, RIP all those investments. Jesus. You feel like you came back from the dead? Well, at least you're still alive. I don't know who I would get to do art for me if I didn't have you around. I kind of felt that way the other day, actually, when I woke up with a pretty low blood sugar. I was just like, felt like I was dying. It was horrible. But congratulations on returning to the land of the living from the land of the sleep. Okay, don't do that, game. I don't know if they could even do that, but... It's raining now. Come on, dwarves, get this done. Feels like a proper Mordor pit of industry. It does feel like a proper pit of industry, doesn't it? I'm a little worried about frames, but it only really lags when I'm doing a lot of construction. That's the only time that I get lag on it, so fingers crossed everything will be okay. Although right now I do kind of have an absurdly large number of crafts. I could probably actually stop growing plants for a little bit. I mean, when dwarves, when they say in Dwarf Fortress that they would rather see the world turned into a great mining pit, I think I may have taken that statement a little bit too seriously. Like, look at this. It's quite literally a great mining pit. Would it be fair to call it one of the greatest mining pits? But here's the thing, there really wasn't that many dwarves in Mordor. This is a really cool looking fort, actually. Like, even by my standards, this is a cool looking fort. The pit's mostly because it's cool. I mean, the walkways will help with the frames. No, the pit's just gonna be because it's cool. Should mine that out. Yeah, no, the walkways will help. The pit, not so much. Did someone just... Simplex is throwing a tantrum? God dang it. Thanks for hanging around, Tree and Monkey. We'll see you when we see you. Cheers. No, I'm not going to use... I'm going to try and avoid water physics as much as possible. I mean, I could use it for power. I don't know what I would power, though. Because machines do a number on your frames. In fact, like, machines are kind of horrible for frames. So no, I wasn't planning on using it for a water wheel setup. It was more of just a way to dig a big hole without actually rerouting the river, which I didn't want to do. Once again, don't want to do anything like that. That's going to be real bad for frames. Ideally, I don't want combat. I think, like, if I get sieged, I'm probably just going to lock the doors. I don't want combat if I can avoid it. Wait, fly off. I don't want combat. So I want this fort to be pacifist as long as it can be. So I'm not going to really be prepping to kill a lot of things, because if something does kill me, I'm just going to lock the doors and hide inside, because frankly, I don't want that. It's like, yes, I realize that a lot of dwarves would really like a great mining pit with power, but I don't particularly. And I realize it'll also be, like, less exciting, I guess, but I'm hoping that you guys are still entertained by the fort, even though it's mostly going to be construction stuff. That being said, of course, in the long run, we'll need to build up to some big finale, right? Lots of stew and biscuits. Lots of pecans and walnuts for our foods. But, you know, keeping the dwarves on those walkways is limiting the pathing they can do, which is certainly helping with frames. The problem is it's extending their time out in the rain. No dwarves have actually made discoveries yet, and all of the books have been written about the fortress, which kind of sucks, but still cool. I have 7 tanned hides. Oh. 113 pigtail cloth. Let's make some more pigtail cloth. First, actually, let's take a peek. What's a random dwarf? Vest, gloves, socks. About the life of the tower. I think that's what they first write when they're learning to write. The first book that they write about the first book that they write it about where they live. It seems like that's kind of a running trend. It's always the first thing they write books about. Let's move this bunny's inhabit zone down to here. Maybe the reason you're trying to move is because you're trying to get to food, because I'm noticing that it's hungry. Yeah, it's like dozens and dozens and dozens of books about the life of the tower, and then one book that you don't want to read. Or really want to read, one of the two. Hey, SOS. You went to work and your food is... Oh, I went to my work and my food is so messed up. What do you mean by your food is so messed up? Do you work in a grocery store? Also, sorry I missed that. Chat's a little... It's funny, when chat's moving quickly, I'm really good at keeping up with everything everybody says. But when chat's a little lurky and, like, stuff's moving, like, maybe every 3 to 5 minutes, I miss things. I'm broken. Books are borked. It takes literally decades for a dwarf to write a book. My dwarves have written 6, and one dwarf left with the book they wrote. And we've been here for... Well, we got here in year 5. It's now year 12. And I only made the library in year 8. So no, it doesn't take literally decades for a dwarf to write a book. And forgot your... I'd be mad too. No, it's fine, screw it. It's more just I felt bad that I missed SOS's comment. But some people have to listen. Are you playing multiplayer, Spitalier? Sorry to bother you. Enjoy your game. Oh, I'm very certain. Yes. Slippery nipple. Parchment Choir. Written by Boxed, one of my dwarves. A Treatise on the Mountain Halls. Authored by Jack Nurick, one of my dwarves who's now dead. My Thoughts on Anandar, which is the story of Anandar, written by Anandar, who's still alive. It is the Dwarves, a Big Parchment Choir, written by Simplex, who's still in the fort. And Start Your Day with the Mountain Halls, the story of our fortress, written by another one of my dwarves. Did you ever, did you put a chest with writing materials in the library? Because in order for them to actually write stuff, you need writing materials. Currently we have 25, and it needs to be in the bin. Because that's something that I find that always happens, is like they don't put writing materials in there. Did you build all the books properly? You made scrolls? Okay, I've made choirs. I've had luck. I've never actually tried with scrolls, but I've had luck both with bound books and choirs. So, I don't know. I don't know. I'm assuming that you assigned them as scribes, right? Or not scribes, scholars, right? You had both? Scribes only copy books, so they will take books that have already been written and they will make copies. Scholars ponder, and then when they discover something, they'll write a book on it. I think they'll also write stories down, and that's how you get guides, but I'm not totally sure. Also, I need to watch that new Krug Smash video tonight. Or interest in knowledge? Yeah, I don't know, man. A migrant has arrived. Ooh, siege engineer. Silk trousers, fancy. Dreams of creating a great work of art. He's assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in. He despairs at anything positive happening in the future and lives without feelings of hope. Enjoys crowds and is dour as a rule, conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Generally is unhinged by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he's very curious, and sometimes to his detriment. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is trusting and often acts with compassion. He is nervous and can handle stress. And then 2 human loot boxes. What's a human loot box? Out of curiosity. Rakust, the newest dwarf to join, is going to be our sheriff, I think. That description sounds like a sheriff. Which means he needs an office, quarters, and a modest dining room with a chest, cabinet, and a weapon rack, and an armor stand. I've just never heard the term human loot box before, okay? These last 3 can have chains in them. And then I also need an armor stand, a weapon rack, a couple tables, and a couple thrones. I think it's easier to get them if there are not many books already in World Gen, because if there's too much knowledge that is already there, it's difficult for your dwarves to increase their knowledge of topics. True. That would actually make some sense. I could justify that in my brain. This can be the sheriff's room / dining room, office / dining room, and bedroom in the back. Okay, so they didn't even get a single chain done. Human loot boxes are random players. You never know what you're gonna get. Ah, okay. So it's like a slang term for playing with randos. I gotcha. Well, anyway, enjoy your subcom. I won't take too much more of your time. We now have a sheriff. If anybody would like to be our sheriff and isn't already in the fort, give me a shout. Yo, yo, what up, Flippercraft? Fastest adamantine crossbow in the West. More like fastest hammer in the West. Just checking something really quick.
Right now.
Is Reddit down? Yep, I think Reddit's down. RIP Reddit. Why did the wolf die? Probably age. Yeah, probably age. Oh, no. Herbalist beat the shit out of it. Did somebody tantrum? No, not for a while. Good question. When did it die? Probably because old age then. If it, yeah, because the game just saved, right? Probably just age. You're done for the day? Ah, fair enough. Yeah, usually if something dies right after the game just saves, generally age. And that was one of the original ones I had, so. I need some doors. Wolves live from 10 to 20. Yeah, but we don't know how old the initial ones we bought were, right? A masterpiece mudstone door. Add a large peaceful fort for a warm-up. Now you want to look for a bit more fun? What kind of fun are you looking for? We are spoiling this, Sheriff, let me tell you. Need to get him his quarters. Waiting on that bed. About games like NetHack and Diablo, and in some ways a monster is a treasure. You can upload. Here's the thing, right? That's literally what it is, though. Like, we are basic creatures. We get a dopamine hit from a chance to get a reward, right? You know, dogs will bring an owner or go do tricks in front of an owner hoping for a reward so that they can get that dopamine hit, right? We're exactly like that. We're a little bit more complicated, but any game where you get a lucky drop, that's a dopamine hit. That's a reward that you get for doing a task. And yeah, it is quite literally that. Okay, so make room used by justice. Room used by justice. I need 3, right? Yeah. We need a third chain. Well, isn't that the ultimate reward? More dopamine? Blind called you basic. I mean, we are, though. Cooler, we're all simple creatures. Called myself basic, too. You know, look at this dwarf. I don't fully understand why this dwarf is so upset. Do 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 do. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Maybe just a crappy personality on that dwarf. I don't know. Sucks. We have space for one more dwarf. And used by justice. There we go. Or Cud. Cud did just pull a patch. A pretty notably large one, too. Dwarf, what are you doing? Well, you're watching a dance. Speaking of books, 5 books. So I guess if you want to make a scholarship fort where a lot of dwarves are scholars and you write a lot of books, you have to make a young world. I need to sneeze. Double kill. All right. Yeah, that seems to be what it is, really. How the hell? Did I manage to build a tree right there? Or around a tree right there? I'm gonna go get me some water. Wait, hold on. Do I still have coffee left? I'm gonna go get me some water. Be back in a second. You guys can follow Simplex. But Autumn has come. Who is apparently researching a still. Alright. I will be back in a second. Whew. All right. I have water now. I also refilled my bug traps because there's fruit flies everywhere all of a sudden. I think I probably also need to take out the compost. I love that that dwarf is researching, but is depressed and sitting on a still. But thanks, Marty. But yeah, no, this is why, like, as a streamer, I stream, like, Dwarf Fortress, Risk of Rain, a small handful of traditional roguelikes, and occasionally a different indie game. But generally, it's like, there's like a dozen games I play, and at most, because there's just too many games. Frankly, there's too many games. What are we sad about, Squag? What are we sad about? What can I help you with that you're sad about? What are we sad about? Also, welcome to the fort, Squug, because I know you'll never ask. Squug, everything is so much easier when you don't have to tell the truth. He didn't feel anything when dining in a good dining room, and he didn't feel anything while performing. He felt satisfied while improving singing, and he was interested remembering reading Start Your Day with the Mountain Halls. Was grouchy when caught in the rain. He needs alcohol to get him through the working day. Then how come we haven't had anything to drink yet? He has the appearance of somebody that is 75 years old and is one of the first of his kind. I'm suddenly suspicious of my sheriff, chat. He's incredibly tough. His ears are very flattened. His cobalt eyes have large irises. His sideburns are clean-shaven and his mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids and his very long hair is braided. He didn't feel anything while dining in a great dining room. And he hasn't had any alcohol yet. He is assertive to the point of aggression. Unwilling to let others get a word in, edgewise, when he has something to say. He despairs of anything positive happening in the future, and he lives without feelings of hope. He enjoys being in crowds, and he is dour as a rule. He's conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. We're gonna watch this dwarf, actually. Sheriff, oh, never mind, he is drinking. Literally just drinking. Okay, we're fine. I'm still gonna watch him. We're fine. Never mind. We just don't need to worry. He drank at the alcohols. Still a dwarf. Can confirm. Still a dwarf. Not a vampire. Not a but he is a cop, so we still should watch him. Not a vampire, but definitely a cop. Any news and happenings in the world? Might have faked it. He didn't feel anything due to inebriation. Talented siege engineer, talented liar. Dabbling reader. We should wait until he sleeps. That's what we should wait to see. In a basin. Ooh. Screenshots when it's done. It's almost like they're living in a simulation, Barons. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, he's just a dour dwarf. Build a basin with magma? That seems dangerous. It's like, what's your defense? Oh, I drop an anvil on their head. Well, where do you keep the anvil? 3 feet above my head. What? Sounds like high chance of fun. Fort. Do. Let's let the dwarves engrave. His fort is made of wood. What, this fort or the basin fort? Because this fort is partially made of wood. How do you forbid a dwarf to... Can I forbid a dwarf to run over? How can I forbid... So wait, do you want the dwarf to get run over? Or are you trying to stop them from getting run over? Like, if you want them to be run over, that's one thing. If you want to stop them from being run over, you would set traffic zones. Although you could probably also use traffic zones to make them get run over. I'm just not fully sure I understand what you're asking. If the minecart... Okay, so... Where's the hotkey? Yeah, okay, so hit D on your keyboard and hit O, and this will take you to this menu, right? So... D, O, right? So designations, and then it's traffic areas, the bottom one, O. So by default, it's set to normal, right? So you can set something to high traffic. So if there's a line that's set to high traffic, they will prioritize that line. So the dwarves will try and walk into that area instead of walking around that area. You can also set normal traffic zones, which are just clear. But then you can set low traffic zones. So they will try and walk along this line. But you can also set a restricted traffic line. So what I would do, if you have, like, say, a minecart running along here, set the minecart line as restricted, set 1 or 2 tiles next to it or 1 tile next to it to low, and then the rest of it as normal or even high traffic. Because then they will just try and path to that area instead of pathing into there. So you can kind of keep them from following the tracks. And so instead of just running on the track and getting smacked by the minecart and having little smears that look like dwarves, you'll have dwarves running where they're supposed to be. I don't use minecarts too much because I find them to be more of a pain in the ass than they're worth. But yeah, that's what you got to do. And feel free to ask questions. We can always help. Ooh, are they actually going to be able to make it there? I hope so. The stupid buck rabbit starved to death, seems like. Oh, are they going to go all the way around? Oh my god, they're going to go all the way around. Okay. I got to make that work from the other side. That's fine, though. Traders are here. It is a miracle, one could say. We've got a lot of crafts. I got to sell them. Hopefully we can get them all brought over before they, you know, run out of time. Yeah, no, if you're ever having problems with Dwarf Fortress, I have a Discord server, !Discord in the chat, where if you want, you're welcome to just pop in and ask in the Dwarf Fortress room about Dwarf Fortress related things like that. That or the subreddit's also really good for questions, but I think live streams will probably get you the fastest response, honestly. Hey, Magna. How you doing? My name is Mishdom. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Year in, year out, there is much to share. The world has been busy. Wars are happening in the south. What requests do you have of our merchants? Silk. That's it. Well then, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. This is way too intense. I like this soundtrack. It's good, but it's way too intense. This is a good one that I never listened to. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. We've finalized the export agreement. Now we really want headwear and meat. I think we can make that happen. Tapioca, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together for millennia to come. Seems like nothing new's happening in the world. They did say there was much to share. Have they conquered them now? Nope, they're still just marching on them. Not feeling up to much? Gotcha. Did you see the new Dwarf Fortress screenshots for the Steam version that popped up? We've got our first images of gore. No, you haven't? I will just link my Reddit thread, assuming Reddit's back up. Yep, Reddit's back up. Yeah, we've got our first images of gore. As well as an image of the minimap. So more UI. Was edited on stream, so I'm quite proud of it. Gonna need to do some small trades first to build up the trading skill and appraisal skill of my dwarves. God. I've got so many crafts, holy shit. Oh, hey, they actually have value now. Never mind, we're good. Not great at it, but... Alright, looks like we're good. I got 17,000 in crafts. Well, we're gonna buy all of those parchment sheiks. Buy that. Diorite that. Could buy that silver wheelbarrow, but that's an expensive silver wheelbarrow. Could buy some cheeses. I'm selling them all of this stuff regardless because, frankly, I kind of wasn't intending on hanging on to these crafts for so long, but I wasn't actually able to bring them all here fast enough last year, so I didn't get them all traded in time. Which was quite awkward. I think we're gonna buy a bunch of this. Buy a bunch of this meat because I do have quite a lot of meals, but can always have more variety in food. I'll buy all of these cloth pins. Let's buy all of this clothing. I don't need to buy all of those steel gauntlets. A blue peahen. I think I'll take the blue peahen. They have a tetrahedrite lular. Well, obviously we have to buy that. Never mind. I'm not buying as much stuff as I thought I was. Because I'm buying that stuff instead. I need those musical instruments because the dwarves are always, like, mimicking them. Let's see if they'll do that. Yep, they will. Sweet. So now we have some more clothing, which the dwarves will use immediately. Anyway, Simplex is throwing a tantrum. Oh, God! Well, we have a sheriff now, so if you commit any crimes, unfortunately, Simplex, you might have to do some time in prison. Even though you wrote a book. Plenty of crimes. Dwarves have witnessed your crimes. Literally just like sitting here and playing whack-a-mole in the hallway. Alrighty, Squug the sheriff. I'm really curious to see how Squug the sheriff does as a sheriff. I'm gonna go chain Simplex. So sorry, Simplex. I don't want to do this to you, but unfortunately, it's the way it must be. At least nobody was horribly hurt and nobody got injured. Heads up, chat room investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Doesn't feel anything after being confined, but was content putting on a well-crafted item. Didn't feel anything while being confined. Let's see what Squug thinks of his new job. He didn't feel anything after chaining up a creature, but he was interested after watching a performance. And interested remembering a fine trap. What a weird dwarf, man. What a weird dwarf. Fox went berserk. Oh god, no! Fox was one of the first dwarves in the fort to write a book. Oh! Fox has been struck down. Absolutely grotesque. That was rough, man. Any lazy dwarves that are free? None of my dwarves are lazy, but I do have some dwarves that are free. Define lazy. And a migrant has arrived. Another pump operator. He's extremely confident in himself. Actually, not. Okay. You can have this one. He has the appearance of somebody that is 70 years old and one of the first of his kind. He is very slow to tire very strong. His somewhat long eyebrows are incredibly high. His very long sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His long beard is neatly combed, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His extremely narrow ears are flattened, and his cobalt eyes are slightly protruding, and his helmet somewhat short, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. He is extremely confident in himself regarding situations requiring skills. And he likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is sloppy with his living space, and he is confident under pressure. He is slow to trust others, and I lost my spot. He is slow to trust others, and he prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He likes to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he stiffens up when he's surprised. He clicks his tongue repeatedly when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at weather. I don't know. Let's Google it. Like a very light beige. So like that kind of color, I think. Like beige, basically. All right, hair, what can we make you do? You're a skilled grower. Sure. Farmer, brewer. Oh. One of my farmers is fighting an emu. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, dirty blonde. That's a good way to put it. I was blonde when I was a little baby. When I was a youngin'. Although I'm still kind of a youngin', let's be honest. You had white hair? Yeah. I was more like yellow than white hair-wise when I was younger. I'm gonna move the peahen over there. Sorry. More and more dirty blonde. The merchants will be leaving soon. That is a-okay. Cool. We have 3 instruments stored in there. Now here's the question. Will they ever actually use it? You're just a very dark brown? Or just a very dark blonde, rather? Yeah, I mean, I don't know why it would cause arguments, but... I'm not even sure what caused that bling to happen. Apologies. Here's a smidge browner than black. I'm a pretty dark brown. At least that's how I've kind of always thought of it. It's like pretty dark brown. But... just placing bets in Blazeball right quick. Don't mind me. Your hair is wavy, and your beard is terrible. But is your beard inevitable? That's the real question. I don't know. I like my hair long the way it is. I feel it suits me. Sports. I did indeed invest in the sports. How long of a sentence is that? 70 days. God. That's a long bloody sentence. He's already served out some of it. 68 days left. Your hair is getting weaker? Yeah, that's a fear of mine, is losing my hair. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a fear of mine for a while. But fortunately for me, no one in my family has really lost their hair, so maybe I'm lucky and I'll keep it. It shouldn't happen. Oh God. I mean, I knew a kid growing up who, by 30, was almost completely bald and had a beard down to his guts. So, I don't know. Am I in Europe? I'm very much in Western Canada. It's 3 p.m. Simplex is throwing a tantrum while in prison. At least he's doing it in prison. No, it's actually an optical illusion. If I turn on this camera, you can sort of see the light coming in through that window. But like my apartment's like on the inside of the corner of a building. So like my building kind of is circular and we're on the inside. So I've got like the sun's shining on the building on this side, so I'm sheltered from the sun. If I were to spin my camera around, which is more of a pain in the ass than it's worth, you'd be able to see kind of light. Like that's natural light right there. Which grows in a matter of months. He's trying to start fist fights, but item inaccessible. It's kind of funny. Life would be so much simpler if I was a vampire. They're actually using the instruments! I don't see that very often. Tapioca is playing a lular. Where would I get blood? Other people, obviously. An emotional support kobold? I'll have you know, Royal Starlord, we had to kill our emotional support kobold. Unfortunately, Gurgi killed us, the Cobalt. Got a little bit too ambitious with his robbery attempt and came flying into the fortress. We had to kill him. Which sucks, because we made a statue of this Cobalt, and we got an image of that Cobalt getting married to another Cobalt. And I'm so sad. Has an inch-thick beard. Yeah, no. Yeah, we had to kill both of them. It was very unfortunate. I think I need more of these. Make some crossbows for next trading. As the start of a good beard. Yeah. You had to shave every day for several months and you just hadn't seen it becoming more pronounced. I shave almost every day. Oh, there's another instrument. Oh shit! The Outpost Liaison is using an instrument. It's a well-crafted pitchblade lular. The yoke is made from bismuth bronze, the sound chest is made from pitchblade, the strings are made from bismuth bronze, and the plectrum is made from earthenware. Yeah, I was starting to do that when I was trying to grow out a beard. What? Screw it. I'm sorry, what? That's all I can say is I'm sorry, what? Where did you get that from? Explains why I can't grow a beard. Sounds like a wives' tale to me. I mean, I know it has to do with testosterone, but what? It's like one of those steel brushes you use to groom pets. Hey, so all you need to do is nuzzle your pet. It's perfect. Starting to get kind of tricky, chat. Trying to figure out how to do this. At some point, I'm going to need to move all of my manufacturing down there. That sentence here. Gets unkept in the wind. That was an awful period with growing my hair out when, like, I'd shake my head and it would fall in my eyes. What conversation? Yeah, it's not Tuesday. It's definitely Wednesday. Thursday. It's Thursday even. Jack Nurek, I'm very sorry, but you died. You got murdered by Cole, and so I expelled Cole and Cole's wife, and I feel kind of bad. Definitely Thursday. Don't worry, I thought it was Wednesday for a moment there, but it's definitely Thursday all day, so. Oops, indeed, right? Fucking rights, man. Wow, wow. Also, to those of you who missed it, New Dwarf Fortress Steam news. Just saying. Now you're fine. Here. And my video is doing very well. It's actually doing better than they normally do. Getting 300 views an hour right now. Pretty pleased. We all live in a yellow submarine. Can we change the subject? Stone. Not that it's a bad subject. I would just rather not. Just... Like, just change the subject. 32 is the pop cap. Doesn't matter. Subject changed. I mean, we can have one new migrant right now. Why 32? Because it was a nice sounding number. And it's a nice small number. It's small enough that we won't get large invasions. But big enough that we'll have enough dwarves that they're fun to manage. That's why, killer. Big invasion's bad when you're trying to keep Fort alive for 1,000 years. I'm much more of a fan of round numbers, but you know, square ones work. The whole goal of this fort is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. So yes, big siege is bad. Did it start today? No. This particular fortress started earlier this week. This is stream number 3 of it. So I estimate that we'll probably still be working on this fort around the time the Steam version comes out. We're on year 12. We started on year 5. It's a very, very, very young world. See if that will fill back in. No. There's no Steam version release date. I'm just estimating that it'll be out. I'm sorry, what? Is that ice? Huh. That's bizarre. Why is it freezing? Let's cancel this before any dwarves get insta-frozen. I lost a dwarf. I don't know who it was, but I lost a dwarf. Someone's gonna go missing. It's year 12, yeah. We're 7 years in. Okay, now I can dig all this out. We'll see. Who the fuck died in there? Ugh. Such is life. I think Dwarf Fortress should go in the direction that Tarn Adams wants it to go in. So I don't think my opinion matters. Goats was found dead frozen. Sorry, goats! Ugh. I didn't realize that it was cold enough that water would freeze if it was too shallow. I don't have a commands command. Never will, never want one. No. Of course you can. Radio T. Are there any channels that don't allow newbie questions? That seems like it would be silly, frankly. Yeah, of course. If I can't answer the question, someone in chat can. But thanks for asking. Of course you can. Why did the dwarf freeze to death? Because, okay, so when you're channeling down next to water, there's like a split second before the water flows in, which is generally enough time for a dwarf to run through it. And they will. They will path through the channeled tile. But if it freezes, even if it's shallow enough for the dwarf to walk through it, it'll fill the whole tile up with ice. So it basically just insta-freezes them, which kills them. I'm mad that that happened, but... Ice is OP, yeah. Should stockpiles near Butcher be a corpse stockpile or a refuse stockpile with common settings? So here's the thing. Some corpses can be butchered, some can't. Intelligent corpses can't be butchered, and if they're mutilated, they also can't be butchered. So you kind of need to be careful, because if you have mutilated corpses in that stockpile, like I straight up wouldn't put a corpse's stockpile because they'll just go get the bodies that are needed. Like there's some hunters will automatically bring corpses to the stockpile. Like like a hunter doesn't need to bring a corpse to a stockpile and then the butcher goes and gets it. They'll just bring it to the butcher and the butcher will butcher it, right? So you don't need like that middle ground. You can have a stockpile, but I would be very careful about where you put it because if the corpses are mutilated, they'll still go into the stockpile. So just be careful about that. Or that. Or Atom Smash it. So yeah, you could use a corpse stockpile, yes, but I would be wary of that. I know that was kind of a non-answer, but let's just be wary of scarring dwarves with corpse piles, as well as miasma. Like the way I have it set up is I have a refuse stockpile over here, which gets chucked into my garbage disposal every so often. And then I have a corpse stockpile up here, which is far away so dwarves don't ever see it unless they need to. There's a dead yak here, and I'm not sure why, but I'm sure someone's going to come get it and remove it pretty soon. You really need new clothing. I've been making clothing. Pigtail cloak, cave spider silk cap, hood. There we go. Got more clothing stuff incoming. The dead body's in a single pit. Like I said, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do. Just general, like, there's a lot of min-maxing stuff that I see people do, and I just kind of shake my head at it because a lot of that stuff isn't even remotely necessary. The dwarves are actually pretty good at just kind of getting jobs done. Unless stuff is getting forbidden in places, which might happen, you kind of don't really need to worry all that much. The dwarves will just do their jobs, generally. So how new to Dwarf Fortress are you, Radio T? If I can ask. Wow, 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 wow. Dwarves know what they're doing, kind of, unless it involves ice. At which point they're like, yaddy-da-dee-da, dead. Or minecarts, in which case it's like, oh look, time to die. Thank you, Krug Smash, for that image. Farmer cancels, give water. No water source because my animals need water. It's fine. Snowstorm has come. Really shouldn't have the dwarves outside if possible right now, but... I really should do the thing where I fill up a well. Kind of wish there was an aquifer on this map, I'm not gonna lie. They're trying to water my animals. I wonder which animals need it. Maybe the fluffy wambler. Maybe the pigs. I don't actually know. None of the dwarves have accepted the fluffy wambler as a pet yet, which is unfortunate. I gotta be honest. Here's a question, Killer. Are you just trying to be an ass, or are you honestly asking that question? I don't believe you're honestly asking that question. Because, yes, I can, but I think you're just being an ass asking this question. This is the Bastion soundtrack, yes, verifiably. Sorry, I missed that. Think of it this way. It's a one-way street. Downstairs only go down. Upstairs only go up. Upstairs go up and down, but also open up a spot at the top. And below. That's all it is. Well, because people will troll with that question, right? Because they've seen the 8-minute video or whatever that was made a number of years ago. And ask people to recite it. But that's all it is. It's just a one-way street. So downstairs only go down. It's like the start of a down, but it doesn't actually go all the way down. Whereas upstairs are the start of a staircase going up, right? And then up downstairs are a two-way street. That's all it is. It's just like a spiral staircase. Imagine just a normal spiral staircase, right? If there's a spiral staircase that doesn't actually connect with another floor, you're not going to be able to go anywhere, right? So you need to connect the top half of the staircase at the top, right? So imagine you're building half of a staircase. Well, how are you going to get anywhere with only half of a staircase? I don't know what else to say. It's just the wording that's weird, but the actual construction of it makes sense. It's like you're playing The Sims and you only build half of the staircase going up half of the floor. Obviously, you're not going to get anywhere very quickly. I still genuinely don't believe that you're honestly asking this question, though. Because it's one of those things in Dwarf Fortress where the wording is so stupid. It's confusing as hell, but it's not, actually. It's very simple. It's literally just the wording. But here's the thing. It's not actually a one-way staircase, right? If I were to start building a downward staircase, I'd have to cut a hole in my floor first. If I wanted to build an upward staircase, I'd build it on the floor. If I want to build an one to go down multiple floors, I'd have to fill the whole floor up with it. So this is a whole floor worth of staircase, the up-down stair. This is the first half of the staircase going up. And this is simply them cutting a hole in the floor to prepare to build a staircase down. But yes, this is a meme. People just being assholes with it. I mean, if you build a stairwell going up to the bottom of the floor, you do need to cut a hole in the ceiling and connect it to stairs coming down to it, yes. It's just stupid wording. That's all it is. Yes, really, otherwise I would have said it differently. Why are you asking really? This is why I don't genuinely believe people who ask that question are genuinely asking that question. This is a human bard. I don't want any humans in my fort. It's literally just like if I was to build a staircase right here, right? If I wanted to go up to the floor above me, I'd build stairs up to the ceiling, and then I'd cut a hole in the ceiling. Building the stairs up is the up staircase, and cutting the hole in the ceiling is the down. That's all it is. And if you want an up-down staircase, then I'd dig a hole in the floor beneath me, cut a hole in the ceiling, and then make stairs go all the way down, with a down staircase at the top, an up staircase in the floor below me, and then an up-down staircase connecting the two. That's all it is. It's just stupid wording. But the problem with this discussion is, like, it can literally go in circles for infinitum amount of time, because it's super easy to just kind of keep the conversation going. Like, if I explained it, cool, but I'm dropping the subject now. But it's extremely simple. Chat, do you understand why I hate answering that question? Please, somebody understand me. Really sad. Supergiant Games got broken into during the rioting, and all of the instruments that were used to record this music got stolen. Fucking suck. Where a single stair item does both of those, you put stairs to make a hole. So this specific method in DF is more difficult to grasp. I had no idea how that worked until 5 minutes ago. It's extremely simple. It really, really is. Like I said, but on the flip side, I don't know how I would word it differently. It's damn. And then you add in ramps, which I'm doing right now, which is just like you cave in the thing and it just builds a ramp. You go up and down. But yeah, no, the meme is because there's a video with like 800,000 views, which is called Stairs in Dwarf Fortress Explained, which is literally, or the meme that spawned off of it was, oh, you need a 20-minute video to learn how stairs work in Dwarf Fortress. Not really. You don't really need a 20-minute video to know how stairs work in Dwarf Fortress. I'm going to move some of my stockpiles inside so I can carve out more of the floor. You don't really need to watch that whole 20-minute video. You just kind of need to play the game for 30 minutes. And it'll start to make sense. There's more closer to 3 actually, but yeah. The part of the wording that makes it complicated is up and up down. It's like people think it's like, oh, that's the direction the dwarves can go on that stair, which isn't technically what up and down and the up down is referring to. What it's actually referring to is the direction that it goes to connect to another stair piece. Simplex is throwing a tantrum. Not in prison anymore. Oh boy. Without a water pole? Control shift, direction of campfire, and then select campfire and then extinguish. Or you can attack the fire. That also works. Two counts of disorderly conduct by infinity. Ooh. The crap kicked out of you. Still discussing diseases while being carried to the hospital bed. So tantrums will do. Bamboozling. Or rather stone. Sorry. Misread who said that. Which one character? There's a couple characters in the next generation. They can't clean patients because no water source. That sucks, man. Literally beat the crap out of him. Just punch the ever-living hell out of him. Hey, Metsus. Here's the thing, right? If I just build an up-down stair right here, right? If I were to just build this here, that's fine. If there was an open space down here, the open space down here would then suddenly be open to this upper area. So if this was open down here, this would be putting a hole through the floor, right? And a hole in the ceiling above it. So if there's a creature running around underneath there that can jump or fly, it can fly up and out of it. So it's not an edge case. What they should do is a smart system where if you put a floor underneath it, it adds another one in automatically. And so it's by default just a stair, and then when you put one beneath it, it adds another stair, but doesn't cut holes. But the way the system is currently built, and probably the way it's going to be for a while, doesn't actually allow for that mechanic. So personally, I like this system more because it gives you more control. Maybe you want that open hole down there. But yeah. The problem that I have is explaining the system to people because I do have people who genuinely know how the system works and come in and ask that question and play dumb just to keep the conversation going for hours, and it sucks. It's just not fun for anybody involved, and I wish people would stop doing that, but it's the internet. People like to try and confuse people. It's almost as bad as the is a hot dog a sandwich conversation, and I swear to God, if somebody starts that conversation, I will nuke you out of my chat so fast. You'll never speak again. If the dwarf is really good at jumping, they can. But you need to jump real high to get to him. I think cats can. Nerve toucher. Your username checks out. That's funny. I'm more just talking about the subject. If you want to move on, give me something else to talk about. I think technically the term is climber, Metsus. In theory, yes. Would be a big waste of a noble, though. Dakyth? I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. D-A-K-Y-T-H. Hello. Water will thaw soon. I need to make a... Got any wolf pelts yet? Probably. I've killed a few wolves. Although one of my breeders died. Yeah, we got 8 wolf leather. Daka? Did I say that? I wouldn't say that as Daka. But I guess maybe. Doopy-doo-doo. Doopy-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do. And before they both die of thirst. I'm not going to dig down to the caverns, though. It's not worth it. There we go. Stuff is starting to thaw. I just need that lower half of the creek to thaw, and then I'll run over there with buckets. Come on, guys. Thaw, 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 thaw. It's trying to snow still. Staring at that frozen creek going, please, so please. Only a couple of humans. We've had a number of Cobalts show up, 2 of which we had to kill, which I'm very sad about because we decided to make a statue of one of the 2 Cobalts. And turns out that one of the other Cobalts that had tried to steal stuff from us a couple times was married to that first Cobalt, which was an adorable little story, but unfortunately we had to kill one half of the couple, so I'm very sad. So somewhere in this world there is a sad single, widowed, maybe, Cobalt, which makes me very sad. Outside of that, nothing particularly interesting, no. Why are there so many idlers? Because I'm intentionally letting them idle. Two that I'm actually worried about are the 2 that are in the hospital right now that are dying of thirst because they are injured. Crazy super Cobalt. I want to see a Cobalt Necromancer so bad. All right, dwarves, go grab buckets and go clean those poor injured dwarves. I wonder if that stuff's actually going to keep drizzling out water. There we go. We can now clean the patients. Like right now we have this human spearman. Humans like visiting, human soldiers often. I would love to see like a Cobalt Necromancer though. That would be brilliant. But yeah, no, there's so many idlers because I'm not giving them jobs, and I'm not giving them jobs because I want them to do that. I want them to socialize and dance and make friends and take care of each other and be happy. You don't know how to gather it? If you have a loom, the dwarves will automatically gather it. Yeah. So if you hit O, it'll take you to the orders screen, and then if you hit capital W, it'll take you to the workshop orders screen, which is listed under this menu as workshop orders, which is second from the bottom right above activity zone orders. Workshop orders, by default, it's set to auto loom all thread. So if you have a loom, dwarves that have the weaving skill active will automatically just go out and gather silk and bring them back and make cloth. But they'll do the same for any thread. So if you're processing plants at a farmer's workshop, for example, they will be taking that pigtail thread and making pigtail cloth out of it, etc. So by default, it's set to auto loom. You can set it to only auto loom dyed thread if you want dyed thread. It makes more valuable cloth. But I generally just leave it to auto loom all thread at all times, usually. Auto collect webs is also a job here, which is W. You can turn off auto collect webs and then manually designate webs to be collected if you want to do it that way. But they'll automatically butcher, slaughter, fish, and all that stuff without you having to put the jobs in. If you want to get real picky about that stuff, you can manually put all those jobs in. I wouldn't recommend it, though. I'm sorry, what? Oh, nice. Where did that come from? No problem. Man, that Reddit thread's doing well. I think people are excited to see disembowelment in the Steam version. Because that video is doing quite well. It's got 1,000 views already, which makes me happy. We have our first wedding! The carpenter Zapdos and the miner Eurypterus have married. Congratulations. I don't know if either of them are here, but you are. Congratulations, you're hitched. Ha! Sucks to be you. Don't ever do that. Sweet. I'm excited about an understandable minimap. Well, there's entrails too in the video. Was there anything that took you a while to figure out when learning Dwarf Fortress? The hardest part for me was probably military, because like many people, I worry about too much stuff. So it's like, well, how do you get them to equip stuff? You just make a squad and tell them to have metal armor, and if you have weapons and armor, they'll go grab it. Like, I overthink things, and I think a lot of people do this. Like, there's this one guy in Krug Smash's Discord who goes on nonstop about how he's bringing this thing and bringing this thing so we can do this in the future. It's like, yeah, we're bringing some silk on the embark so that, like, he mods the game. He changes the game so that he can have unlimited embark points, right? Brings a billion things with him. He's like, yeah, I have silk and all this stuff in case we want to do this down the road. It's like, you don't need to do that. Dwarf Fortress is really simple. In fact, it practically plays itself. The problem is the, like, thought that, oh, this is the most complicated game ever made. So because of that, you overthink shit, myself included. So some of the hardest stuff for me was like, well, how do I do this? Instead of just like doing it, it's like I'm trying to manually make them do everything. It's like, no. Just make a squad, hit T, tell them to train, and give them an object to train next to, and they'll do it. No, here's the thing. There is no if you're lucky, Jack Nurek. There is no if you're lucky. If you have swords, they'll go grab swords, and then they'll try and get the highest quality one. And they're actually pretty brilliant about that. They will, like, steal axes from your carpenters. and your woodcutters as weapons. It's kind of funny. Anyway, we've had our first wedding. But yeah, for me, that was probably the hardest bit, was unlearning how to play other games. I didn't bring dogs, but I did bring a cat. A few cats, actually. One which adopted Marty. Look at that. One which died. Are you trying to assign armor? As if so, found your problem. Like, if you're trying to assign them to take specific armor, there you go. That's why you're having a ton of trouble. If you don't care and are just like, yo, blokes, do whatever, you won't have any problems. Yeah, you guys got to make Stone Jr. No pressure. That's part of the reason I'm allowing there to be a lot of idlers, because I want them to be breeding. In almost all cases, you know, you could do that. You do not need to prepare carefully. Just more fun to design the symbol and everything. An elven caravan has arrived. I don't really have much to trade with them. Let's just bring those small cut gems out. That is indeed an aqueduct. Yep. It's a floating creek with a pit underneath it. What is your dwarf up to? You're a miner. She is satisfied at work, satisfied upon improving mining, blissful remembering dining in a very good dining room, interested remembering learning about dodging, content being near a waterfall. Oh yeah, because you're caving in an area where there's water. Interested remembering a fine seat, felt satisfied upon improving persuasion, felt satisfied upon improving negotiation, felt funness talking with a friend, lonely after being away from family, but bored after being unable to practice a craft. Pretty happy. You're a pretty happy dwarf. And you're digging. Glass or brick is building material? For what? Are you asking me which one you should use or which one I used? And if you're talking about for the aqueduct, neither. I built a nice wall around the edge, and then mudstone around, or smoothed the mudstone around the base of it. When it froze in the winter, I constructed some mudstone walls around the base of it, and then we just dug underneath it. So I just coordinated colors, because the majority of the underneath of it was mudstone, so I just made it into mudstone. For the areas that were like gems and other stuff, or dirt. Quest a trader. You have a good night, Spitalier. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, future reference. Ducks are 250 now, not 300, because Pride Month stuff's over. Messing up my color schemes. Right, Clino Dev? Check out this fort, though, Clino. Also, those entrails look fantastic. It's a great mining pit. Quite happy about it. We even have a fluffy Wambler in a cage, which is available as a pet, assuming a dwarf wants it, but... It's right here. We bought it off of the elves. I don't need much. It's just if they have animals, I want to buy them off of them. Always bring horses. I want interest in Cardinal. Ugh. I guess we'll buy a few articles of clothing. These swords are not exactly valuable. Mind, thank you very much for the 11 months. Thank you so much for the 11 months. Can I get a proper round of beers in chat for Mind? Thanks for the ongoing support, friend. Cheers, dude. It's been almost a year, god damn it. Almost a goddamn year, god damn it. One more month and you get a fancy new hat. God, that's a good command. I love it so much. That is so fucking good. By the way, for Patreon supporters and tier 2 subscribers on Twitch, we have a new command, which is !Cobalt, which is it's just Turn Adams making gibberish sounds, which is great. It's so good. I love it so much. It's so silly. It does have like a 12-second cooldown, I think. And a migrant has arrived. It's that time of year, it seems. Yeah, no, all the sounds have a few second cooldown. All right, single migrant. Yeah, because we're almost at our cap, right? She is completely oblivious to any conception of neatness and will just leave things strewn about. She strongly prefers ideas and discussions of abstracts over handling specific practical issues. Very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. She has an overbearing personality and she relies on the advice of others. You sound like a scholar to me. Yeah, you sound like a scholar. You do also have a command now. And your skull has tiny little golden eyes. If you zoom in on it, you might notice. They're very slight. It's like a pixel. You want to be a scholar? Are you in the fort? Do you want one that's written books before? Or do you want to be that new scholar who just arrived? are not in this fort. Yeah, you can have the newbie. You can have the newbie. Who currently feels pleasure near a fine seat. Her eyebrows are incredibly high, her extremely narrow short ears are flattened, and her nose is narrow. Her hair is dry and medium length, and it's arranged in double braids. Her cobalt eyes are somewhat narrow, and her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. About going off topic into political rants? I don't know. I mean, we'll find out what books you write. She is completely oblivious to any concept of neatness and will just leave her things strewn about without a care. Strongly prefers ideas and discussions about abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum. She has a good spatial sense, but a poor ability to manage and understand social relationships, poor kinesthetic sense, and a lousy creativity. Do you worship a god? You worship the god of persuasion and speech, which is fitting. Have any skills? You're a competent armor user, talented gelder. Ooh. You're an adequate liar, competent negotiator. And you're good at reading. You know some poetry, a little bit of music. You're a competent comedian. You're kind of funny. And you're currently reading My Thoughts on Anandar, written by Anandar. It's a classic. That's a shocker? Yeah. It's such a shocker you could get electrocuted by him. Hey, Sockmud, how are we doing? Doing in relationships, friends, acquaintances, lovers. We do actually have a couple that is now married. Eripterus got married to Zapdos. So, fingers crossed. Eripterus makes a baby soon with Zapdos. Maybe that's why only one migrant showed up. Watch you just, like, fall off a bridge and die. Like, hit your head on some rock and die. Just go splat. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but seeing those entrails teased by Kit Fox makes me want to see more violence so badly. That sounds a little fucked up, but like, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, I really just want to see more dwarven violence. Gibbs equal fun indeed. Yeah, I want to see more pictures of fun. Who doesn't want to see pictures of fun? I mean, I can tell you right now, I certainly want to see more pictures of fun. You mean like the Forgotten Beasts and stuff? I mean, they already posted a picture of procedural creatures, which was some night creatures, but yes. In theory. But, like, what they'll have is that they're going to have, like, different color palettes and different sprites for all the different combinations, right? So, like, you could have an ass. You could have an ass made of different materials, which changes its color. You could have an ass with a beak, an ass with a trunk, an ass with a thing, and ass with this and that, and just make them all interchangeable. Which I know sounds much easier than it actually is, but... An ass made of gold. Yeah, in theory, yeah. Indeed. Although, here's a problem I have with the official tile set. It's a big problem. When a were-ass shows up, it's just going to be a sprite of a donkey. I know that they're donkeys, but... You know? It's going to completely remove all of the jokes. I'm a little sad about that. Also, Golden Ass is a mod for Golden Axe that only really was released in Japan. It's kind of a ROM hacky thing that they did. A humongous McMassive has come. A giant hairy ass. Its sandy scales are round and set far apart. Beware its poisonous gas. And now the camera's back? Yes, camera's indeed back. A streamer has come. Oh, dear Kibbs. Oh, dear Kibbs. This is how I feel whenever people start talking about politics. That was the greatest thing to come out of my Tarn Adams interview. I'm not gonna lie. When he started doing that, I'm like, oh my god, this is wonderful. Thank you to whoever asked that Cobalt question.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we win the блин?
The truth about Cobalts and their language is it's actually just garbledy-gook. It isn't just suspected garbledy-gunk. It is actually suspected garbledy-gunk. Or it's actually just garbledy-gunk. There we go. There we go. They're highly political, yeah, and they just self-censor themselves. I mean, come on. They are like one of the most persecuted creatures. Like, go into Legends and just look at Cobalts. Their stories are generally like, a Cobalt civilization was founded by so-and-so in so-and-so year. And then, like, a year later, a troll shows up and eats them all. It's like, but... What? You poor guys. Like, they're literally the bottom of the food chain in everything. There's, like, 6 living bronze colossi in this world. There's a bunch of male and female dragons. So, yes. Have we seen any? No. I didn't dig too deeply into that stuff, though, but I do know that there's a lot of them. When I find 2 dragons. Or when 2 dragons happen to show up. I would love to breed some dragons. You know, I've never actually seen a cave dragon in Dwarf Fortress. Has anybody here seen a cave dragon? Or even a dragon, for that matter? Thanks, Lumpy. Cute bolds. Wait. Domas, the father has given birth to a boy. Domas, the farmer, has given birth to a boy. We have a boy. Our first Dwarven baby. So your father is Deagle, and Domas is your mother. First child in the fortress. I like to think that one day this dwarf will be mayor or something. He's a citizen of the ignited creation and a member of the eternal adventure of time. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His very long sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. Mother's already gotten to that, apparently. His long beard is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. His slightly flattened ears are somewhat narrow, and his nose is somewhat upturned. Dwarven baptism in beer? Yeah, there you go. Quick, beer the baby. His hair is clean shaven, and his slightly flattened ears are somewhat narrow. His nose is slightly upturned, and his nose bridge is somewhat concave. His hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe. His eyes are cobalt, and his eyes are slightly sunken. He personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and dreams of creating a great work of art. He has great trouble mastering fear when being confronted by danger. He is slow to anger, and he has an active sense of humor. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he often feels envious of others. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he tends to avoid crowds. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Also, yes. Right? He likes mica, bismuth bronze, star ruby, creeping eye tooth. How else would they chew the flesh of the living? Good question. Sheep wool, pigtail fabric, leggings, and coffins. I think you're going to probably be a weaver. Puzzle boxes and the sound of the silky intricacy. Prefers to consume cuttlefish and two-humped camel cheese. Artichoke wine and God fuck you're picky. And red beans. And hates rats. I'm just imagining a dwarven baby with a bottle filled with wine. I feel like artichoke wine would be very earthy tasting. Like a very earthy flavor, you know? How was Cole surviving before? So about Cole. Cole murdered a dwarf and got expelled. Yeah. So Cole is an outlaw? Roaming the wilds? Yes, he murdered you. Cole was one of our first tantrums and proceeded to turn around and murder Jack Nurek, who was also very depressed. So nothing of value was lost, but murder's murder, and we can't have that kind of attitude around. Also, that's such a goddamn good emote combo. I love that so much, El Neso. So Rhinestone is currently reading Start Your Day with the Fortress. She is content after discussing foraging behavior. Within last season was content after discussing personal interviews, and she was content after pondering foraging behavior. She felt euphoric due to inebriation, but was restless after being able to rest and recuperate. You got beaten up. Felt gratitude after being rescued, and satisfied after reading useful mountain halls. Curious. We have 6 books. Wait. Thoughts on Anandar. Okay, so this was Did Anandar write another book about himself? Written on... Yeah, he did. Written on the item is an essay entitled Unusual Anandar, authored by Anandar. It concerns the career change from farmer to brewer of the dwarf Anandar in Longdeath in the midsummer of 7. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. This dwarf's writing his life history. I just think it's funny that he's written not one, but 2 books about himself. That's just funny. It's just plain funny. This isn't a scholar, it's a guy with a diary. You're kind of right. A buzzard stole some donkey cheese. This has been a solid stream, though. We did, what, 2 hours of records-ish because I had to edit a video. So we did about 5 hours of Dwarfs. Pretty good. Might switch over to Risk of Rain, too, though. It's a loose definition. You are correct. It is indeed a loose definition. We're in late spring. Get some rock crafts going. It's crafting time. It's the way we're going to get all this mudstone out of here, because the only reason I'm not digging this pit faster is look at how much rock is down here. There's at least 3 rocks down here. So we're doing our best. Although I'd say we're actually making pretty good progress overall. I love how, like, the sand right directly underneath the pathways has nothing growing on it because it's under the pathways. So you could, like, see, like, this shape of the pathways beneath it. Oh, thank you, El Nasa, for making me take a day off. I just think it's funny that he wrote a book about himself settling in the fortress and then another book about, you know, what if Anandar just lives for the next couple hundred years and, like, writes the history of our fortress, like, as it pertains to him? You know? Just from day to day. Oh, hey! We're 75% complete. Cheers, guys. Shoutouts to the one person who disliked my video from today. Anybody who hasn't seen it yet, by the way, there's the Reddit thread I put up for it, but new screenshots of Dwarf Fortress graphics are out, including disemboweled dwarves and the mini-map in the UI. I mean, I could probably write 6 novels about a beer I tried. Or maybe beers I've tried. History of the Fortress, an indulgent biography in 18 volumes. Written over a period of 73 years. My thoughts on my lunch is a scroll. The written portion consists on an account of a dwarf's lunch. The writing is a completely unhinged rant. Overall, the prose is amateurish at best. Thoughts on my lunch. We overall have less depressed dwarves in the fort than we did previously, so that's a good thing. And currently the only dwarf that's committing any crimes is Simplex. Which usually just ends with Simplex getting thrown in prison and then we forget about him for a couple months. Of chicken bone. And smells of grease. Speaking of grease, Simplex is doing it again. Although got thirsty, so stopped tantruming early this time. Looks, I did see them running out to go report the crime, so hopefully they'll do that. Maybe they already did that. Yep, they did. 5 witnesses. Oh, he's getting a beating. Here comes the squug, our sheriff. Gonna beat the criminal. He's grouchy when caught in the rain. Didn't feel anything at work. And he is exhilarated after punishing somebody with a beating. Did you? I mean, sometimes you do need that authenticity, right? Do 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 do. Yeah, time moves really fast when you don't have a lot of dwarves and the frame rate's good. Feels like the guy just died in winter. Yep, kind of does. I can't get into idols. I try to listen to them. I feel like they're gonna grow on me over time. But I can't. I just haven't been able to. Alrighty, chat. On the topic of it's summer already. What? Is a pit of bitter scorn. What is a pit of bitter scorn? Yeah, I mean, I like that too about them, but I don't know. It's hard to listen to. So today, for progress, we worked on the pit some more. We got the roads built all the way around the edge of the fort on both sides. Had a couple more deaths and had a few more dwarves appointed. Wrote some books. Got us up to year 13. I think we started today at year 10, so we did 3 years. 3 years. A little bit of a shorter DF stream today. I was planning on going a little longer, but I would really like to do some more of that Risk of Rain grind. So if you're here specifically for dwarfs, and that's all you want to watch on Twitch, I'm just going to take a moment to shout out somebody. Both the Crypt Beards over at the Scoundrel M, as well as Mossy Griffin, are both live, and they're both streaming dwarfs. They're both fantastic. But we're going to spend the rest of the stream over in the Risk of Rain 2 directory.